Hi everyone, and welcome to Inside Unreal, a weekly show where we learn, explore, and celebrate everything Unreal. I'm your host, Victor Broden, and today I would like to introduce about half of the team at Cold Symmetry. Let me introduce Andrew McLennan Murray, co-founder, as well as Anton Gonzalez, co-founder.
Hey everybody.
Got Francesco Sacchini, technical designer.
Hi everyone. Hello.
And last but not least, Jonathan Perros, audio director.
Howdy.
Welcome to the show. Before we get started, let's get the hype going a little bit, and let's watch the trailer for Mortal Shell.
You seem different. Untouched by false truths. Will you pry these gifts from the unwilling? Or will you let them rot? Bring the glands back to me.
That's awesome. Very exciting. Hope as many of you out there have had a chance to play it. But today we're going to take a little bit of a look behind the scenes. And so I would like to hand it over to Andrew.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having us on, Victor. It's we're all fans of the stream. We're watching it during development really regularly. It's super cool to, finally be able to join here. I know we've been trying to connect for a few months. We had the release of PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X editions a couple weeks ago. So this was the kind of the first break in our schedule where we could really be able to jump on with you. And it's awesome to be here.
Yeah, and congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, really, it wouldn't have, this project definitely wouldn't have been possible without Unreal Engine. Anton and I, you're always saying to, Victor, you're always saying on the stream for people to go to the meetups, which pre-pandemic times it was an awesome opportunity and resource to be able to go to those. That's where Anton and I met and kind of kicked off the studio from. So yeah, it was advice, well given advice from you on that one. So yeah, we started the project as a blueprint only project, meeting at the Unreal meetup. I know there's a lot of, I've done a lot of reading on the forums and heard a lot of debate about whether you can ship, a project that's blueprint only. And while it's not blueprint only anymore, there's quite a bit. It did start out that way, and there are some remnants, some terrifying remnants, and I'll show one now if you want to flip over to my desktop.
Yeah, you're good. We see you.
Okay, so if you're prepared, prepare your eyes. But this is the this is a blueprint that actually shipped in Mortal Shell. It actually takes care of something important, which is the tracing on all weapons, all weapon attacks in the game. And generally I show this to people, when they join the project and ask them if they really, really want to work here. But I won't even dare try to go through, what all of these things do. But this is the blueprint that said, if anybody needed anything done to this, it was like, hey, Andrew, it's time for you to go back into that beast and do it. But it doesn't drag the whole project down. It still runs on 5 platforms. So we have a lot of thoughts on, how to make blueprints actually work for you in a production project. And going from this to cleaner blueprints with some ground rules to follow about taking care of memory allocation, as well as not using tick too much. There are some kind of simple rules that if you follow when using blueprints in any project, that will help you stay the course of being able to perform not just on PC, but any platform of your choosing. Probably not mobile phones though. All right, so I wanted to show an example of something cool, and this, I'll start with this. This is a clip from the trailer that you just saw, maybe one of the more exciting parts, but I want to show kind of what went into producing this particular move. I'm going to show it doesn't want to play. It's going to show a video, but Windows has decided not to cooperate with me. All right, we'll just do it in Engine then. So I'm going to go ahead and play an editor here. And this is our test room that we use to be able to spawn enemies in of any different kind. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. I'm going to give myself full resolve here. And the move that I wanted to show off, I'll put it in slow motion so we can see what it does. And unlock all the weapon upgrades. So is this one. It's the hammer and chisel, first super move, where you have the foundling coming out and shooting things in all directions. And then in the end, you get your shell back. So I think it's visually, it's a pretty cool move, which is why I chose, this one to show off. Let's see. So what I want to do is show what goes into making the visual elements of this work. And what essentially, when the player, I won't go through the code where the player hits the button, and this is all done in Blueprint, right? From the moment the player hits the L1 and LR1 triggers together, or whatever the keyboard command is, all that stuff happens in Blueprint, and we will spawn this the player character will spawn this other actor that here it's called Hammer Super Shell, and the player turns, we turn the player's visibility off for the duration of that super. So what you see moving isn't actually, the player's skeletal mesh, but one that we spawn temporarily, for the duration of the move. And Anton, I was he and I were reminiscing about, his department's the way that they came to me with that move.
It was funny because we never actually discussed it with Andrew, like the move itself, and like I was talking to my animation team, and we were just trying to figure out what could be cool as a super move, and then we came up with this idea, and then we just like immediately executed it, and then eventually talking to Andrew, I was like, dude, we figure out this super cool move. The shell jumps out, like your inner form jumps out of the shell, and then it does all this spinning and all this. And I show him the animation, and he was like, "What do you mean it jumps out of the shell?" And then He was like, well, you guys probably should have talked to me before you do that. And I was like, yeah, but I mean, we already did this. Like, here's the animation. And obviously it was like a long process because we had to take a few takes on the animation itself to figure out like what has to be the components of it and like the building blocks. But then, and also on top of that, like Andrew was already angry. But then on top of that, I told him, oh, and it's also an AOE move. Like, so you should do damage all around you, which was not in the game before. He was like, what do you mean it's AOE? Like, are you serious? It was one of those moments of
Yeah, that was pretty fun revelation
then,
there.
Every time something like that would happen, he would be angry, but then he would do it in 5 minutes. So I was like, like every single time we would suggest something cool, and he was like, oh, this is like super complicated. Like, you can't just introduce things like that. Like, we have to discuss this. And then like 10 minutes later, he's like, okay, it's done. And that's it. Like, this is how it all ends.
Right. Yeah. 10 minutes later. Totally accurate. So I mean, when he brought it to me, I thought, I was thinking in terms of the character actually switching back and forth between their foundling form and their shell, and then back to their shell really quick. And in terms of the way we'd structured everything, that wasn't going to be very easy. So we got this idea of like, what if we just visually make it do it, right? It's not, they're going to be in iframes for that entire duration anyway, because it's a super move. And so we don't have to worry that much about making sure that what happened if they were hit while the foundling was showing, or all of the kind of cans of worms that could open, which was kind of like a nightmarish prospect thinking of those. So it's like, okay, well, it is a super move, they're invulnerable for the duration, let's just make it a visual thing. So we spawn this other actor that has two skeletal meshes, one of which starts invisible, and that's the shell, and then one of which is the foundling, which we call dark form internally on the team. So I'll quickly take you through. It's not a lot right here to make all of this happen. And there it is calling some other things, but not too much. So here we just spun a visual effect too. I added this comment to just increase the coolness by 9,000, and that's always important. We pick up from our character what the character's shell is, what shell they're wearing, and then one kind of caveat is the player can play through the game without a shell at all. So we need to check if they actually have a shell when they do the super move, or if they don't. Because if they do have a shell, we're going to do the fading out of the shell, showing them and let them do the move and then fade it back in. But if they don't have a shell at all and they're doing kind of a naked run or challenge run, then we don't need any of that stuff. So if they do not have a shell, we just set that SK shell skeletal mesh to invisible, and kind of move on. So here, but if they do have a shell, which is probably the majority of cases, we're going to set the skeletal mesh for the foundling and the shell that the foundling currently has on our temporary visual actor. And we made some, this set shell skeletal mesh and die function isn't really too different from the normal set skeletal mesh function in the engine. It introduces kind of like, we have the concept of, we call them shell shades. It's basically skins. So it lets us set the skin. And then it also does a bug fix for the engine, because I don't know if this is still the case in 4.2.6, but at least in 4.2.5 plus, which we shipped on 4.2.4 originally. When you change a skeletal mesh in the middle of gameplay, sometimes the materials from the old skeletal mesh would not would stay in the slots of the material slots on the new skeletal mesh, so you'd get these warped materials. And so we did the little bug fix there inside of this function, which I won't show, that just I think it just iterates through all the materials that are supposed to be on the new skeletal mesh, and then sets them all to the new skeletal mesh so they're all set properly. So that's all that function does, and it does it for both of these skeletal meshes so that we have the correct one. And all, just so we can see that this is in action, I'm going to go ahead and set the die value on the foundling skeletal mesh to number 2, and we'll leave it the same on number 1. And then we play the animations on those skeletal meshes, and this play montage, this asynchronous play montage node is used super liberally throughout Mortal Shell. Is super handy for for stuff like this, or basically for anything you want to do, because you can in a Souls-like game, being able to assign different windows within animations, or that's the other thing I wanted to show actually was the animation itself. So I'm going to open that. Which I should have had open to start, because now, okay, good. It's not too bad of loading time. All right, so we see here, this is the player starting, their spin animation. And right when we hit this point where you see this, here, I'm going to make this. Right when we hit this montage notify is when we want the shell to stand still, and then we swap the visibility from this shell to the foundling, and then here is where, and at this point is where we're going to fade out the shell, the original shell that keeps standing there. And all this stuff is happening so fast that kind of it fools the eyes a little bit, so that it all seems kind of seamless. But these montage notifies, this is one of the most simple examples, but we've got, we'll have dozens and dozens of these on any given animation in Mortal Shell, because so many things are triggered off of various parts of animations. And then, kind of the rest of it is, after those animations are playing on both of those skeletal meshes, the rest of it is just, using a timeline to set the opacity. We do this a lot too, is using timelines to set various scalar parameters on materials. And we just sort of name those, and then, we work together with the artists to make sure that the materials have the right parameters we need. And that's the other thing, is that since when we started all this, we attached this visual, the visual fooling of the eye supershell to the player so that it would move along with the player. We needed to detach at a certain point. So at that point in the animation, where we had that montage, we want the shell to become detached from the player so that it can be left behind. So I'll show again. I'm going to compile it. I'll show again what that all results in. How much time have I taken up, by the way?
You're good.
Okay, cool. I'm not taking everybody else's sweet time.
Well, it depends how long you want to be here.
Okay. All right, so show it one more time. Yeah. And you'll see now the die is set to the golden. Oh, no, it's not.
Can you show me again the logic, Andrew?
Yeah, I think maybe
I think you have to check the bool there.
Override die.
Custom die. Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw me making that mistake and you didn't correct me.
I was expecting. Yeah, I was waiting for the.
You just wanted to watch me fail.
Yeah.
You wanted to have a moment of glory there. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know why these things aren't saving, but yeah, here we go. Yay, now the golden foundling comes out, matching the sweet Harrow shell golden style. And yeah, it turns out to be pretty seamless when you play it. That was at a quarter speed, but when you play it at full speed, it has a stunning visual impact. Did that spark any questions from anybody, Victor, or?
Not specifically in regards to. Oh, actually, one just came in. Mzuki was wondering, how is the camera animation being done in the Hammer Super Shell move? That's actually a different move.
Okay, yeah. So a lot of times we have the animators animate the camera by animating a bone we have a camera bone for our skeletal mesh, so that and then when we activate a super move, for example, we do a blend into that second camera, into a B camera. So I think the character itself has a few cameras on it, but we blend to that B camera for the super move, and then the animation takes care of the bone animation, right? That was one of those things.
Yeah.
Basically, every character has like one extra bone for the camera in the root, and we use that camera when we do this type of super moves. And then, so we switch the cameras between normal camera and rigged camera, you can say. And then if the camera bumps into like a wall or something, guys figured out a way to like reset the camera position so it doesn't go like through the walls or through the floor and anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Actually, if it collides with the floor, then we just stop that camera's. Oh no, we just fade back to the original camera. That's what we do.
I can confirm that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And that was really cool to do the bone-based animation for the camera animations, because it gives the animators and the artists more control, which is something that we're always looking to do, because having designers or programmers do some of that stuff, it doesn't always look the best. We still do it in some circumstances, but we're trying to do it in code or with a curve or something like that. It's just not as easy as I think the utilities they have in the third-party apps that they're using, or or that they might be used to. Even sometimes just working the way they want to work.
Yep.
Cool. Any other questions on that one before I move on?
Oh, there we go. Unmuted. We got some other general ones that we can leave to a little bit later.
Okay.
Q&A.
Okay, so the next thing I wanted to show was a little bit about level scripting and using these. This was something that we found out kind of mid or late production on Mortal Shell, is using these soft object references in for level scripting purposes. And I was always struggling when doing level scripting with a lot of tutorials or common wisdom that said, like, use the level blueprint. And this really went against sort of the way that I'm usually used to scripting, which is within individual actors, kind of referencing other actors, and kind of having my scripts contained within the actors that want to do them. And so having to go out to the level script and have this layer with all these hard references in it to objects, within the level, that seemed kind of both clunky to set up and kind of prone to breaking, was something that, I struggled with for a long time, until one of our programmers said, oh, you can just use soft references, and then you can reference, you can reference whatever you want anywhere. You can even reference things that are in other levels. So the first time you see it in Mortal Shell, used in Mortal Shell, is in the tutorial level when you pick the sword out of the statue. We have a soft reference to the door that needs to be opened. And so I went ahead and set up a little demo here in our test level of, with a few doors that I want to open. And sort of, we have this trigger here, the incredible demo book, which when used, will activate these 3 doors. And so each one of these doors is a reference to the object in the level, the door object in the level. Normally, I think, again, going back to what I was saying before, the conventional wisdom would be we'd open the level blueprint to the test level. We'd have had the door selected, and then we'd right-click it to make a hard reference. But this way, I'm in the usable actor. So that's the book that wants to trigger the doors. This script is contained within the book itself. So, to me, that's the way that I like to think about things. Is like if I have a trigger that is going to trigger other things, I want my script to be totally contained in that trigger. I don't want to have it in the level blueprint with a hard reference. And that enables you to do some cool things, which I'll talk about right after the example. So if I go ahead and play the game here, and I go up to my super cool, incredible demo book, and I use it, all those 3 doors are going to open. Yay, amazing. And if I wanted to add, I have a 4th door in the level. Now, I'm not going to go to the level and select the door because that's boring and clunky in the old way of doing things. I'm going to just duplicate my door 3 here and make a door 4. I'll go ahead and compile. And when I select the dropdown, now you see, since this variable is of a cage BP, that's what the name of those doors are called, and it's a soft reference that I've pulled down here. Sorry, it's a soft reference. When I made it originally, I said cage BP, and then it's a soft object reference, right? Then now my dropdown will only show actors of that type to be able to soft reference. I'll go ahead and compile that and Control-click to drag in just that variable. And now the one thing that was a little bit tricky is when you drag off if you try to drag this to this, I guess it actually works now. Yeah, it didn't used to work. Okay, so don't ignore, I don't have to give any advice on there. It just works, TM. And then we go ahead and do that, save. And then now when we go ahead and, this is obvious, but I just want you to believe me. Now when we go ahead and do it, yay, all 4 doors. Oh, do we still have the headbutt command? No. That's what we had a headbutt move on the character for a little while, and that would be our victory pose for completing something fun. So I'm missing the headbutt right now. All right, so that is that's a very simple example of how you can get cleaner, script. I think in the forum post it said more efficient, which is, sorry to let you down. I don't know if it's any more efficient in terms of performance. I think memory allocation wise, it's cool because it's a soft reference, and so it's not really loaded until you need it. But one cool thing I wanted to show that we did with it is that's actually how we built our fast travel system. So if you look over here, we have this thing called the Sester map. So in Mortal Shell, you can later in the game, sorry, spoiler alert, close your ears if you don't want to hear this. You are able to close your ears. You're able to fast travel, from one Sester to another, and in order to fast travel to those points, we just wanted to reference those, the NPC itself, and trigger some script for the NPC to do. When you fast travel to her, she says something to you, right? And so the cleanest way was to have references to these Sesters, but they're all in different levels. And so normally, if you were to try that using the level script, you'd have to do some funky stuff to get it to work. So by using a map of the level names to the soft references of these NPCs, we're able to have this really super clean structure, all in blueprints again, where we can reference every single one of these. And those are all, they have exclamation points because those levels aren't open right now. And you won't, the game wouldn't be able to you can't access data on those instances unless you're actually in the level, but it's stored so that when we do spawn in the level, another piece of script is like, okay, I'm going to access, I'm in this level. I know that this Sester is the one that I'm going to need to interact with. And so I'm going to tell her to do something based on that. Okay, that's it for my Mortal Shell show and tell. I will I'll pause again for if there's any questions.
Yeah, do you want to tackle some of the ones we've received so far, even though some of them are not specifically to what you were talking about?
Yes, sure.
All right, because we have gotten quite a couple already. Santiago Ocampo asked, could you expand in what cases blueprints are best suited for?
Sure. I think definitely, prototyping things out, they're good for. I think they're also good if you have a design heavy team. So if you're starting out and you don't have any programmers, but you have designers that have visual scripting experience, or if you're just really good with blueprints or are figuring out blueprints, I think it can be totally viable to base a project with a lot of blueprints. I would still, so the recommendations, the caveats that I would give is I'd recommend starting it as a C++ project, blueprint mix project. I'm not sure what you call it in the vanilla launcher anymore, because you'll want to at least have the capability of adding C++ later without having to do an engine migration. You also will want to, for complex classes like characters especially, you'll want those rooted in C++, because then if for some reason in the future you need to rewrite something into C++, which actually we didn't have to do a whole lot of with Mortal Shell, but if you do, then it's way easier because you've got the character class that you have, for example, would have access to all the same kind of functions and variables that would otherwise might be inaccessible to the the C++ base class. I think that what are the other kind of considerations we need to? The big one that kind of, so we were always from the get-go, we were sort of wary of performance because this common knowledge is out there, and I've seen some YouTube videos that are like, blueprints are 10 times slower than C++, and then you see somebody has some for loop that's like doing some math, and every time it does the math it spawns like a brick, and then the C++ is like way better than the blueprints. And while that's true, as long as you're not doing a bunch of math in a for loop and spawning a brick, which we don't do, as long as you're kind of doing what I think what we refer to as event-driven design, where you're sort of mostly in one frame, for example, and the character's attacking, the player hits the attack button, and then you're calling a bunch of events that are just calls to the Unreal's API. The amount of overhead that takes over, even if blueprints are 10 times slower, is really minimal. And when we looked at the profiler later, the blueprint overhead was super low. We did follow some rules though, we didn't do heavy math iteration, or anytime you're using a for loop or iteration, you have to be careful not to do too much heavy stuff in there, because that'll call those blueprint nodes over and over again. I think so. And then not using tick too frequently either. Instead, we use timers. I think you'll be able to find examples of that on the forums or YouTube and on how to use timers. But we use sort of use timers or timelines kind of everywhere to avoid ticking things unnecessarily. Those timers will turn on when it's time to tick the thing. And most of the time, you don't really even need those in event-driven design. You don't timers if you need to sort of interpolate something. So our camera type of code, are that fade in or fade out of the materials, and those are done with timelines too. And timelines, you can sort of adjust the tick rate to make it to improve the performance even further if you really need to. But the one that did catch us off guard is the memory allocation. Not completely off guard. We knew it was, we knew that when you cast to something that creates a hard reference and it's going to pull in any references, anything you reference and anything that thing references will be pulled into memory. So if you don't structure your classes in the right way, like you can end up loading the whole game on the main menu. And I'd say that's like the main gotcha at this time. It's not so much for PC, but it does, because like you won't like crash the game on PC because of virtual memory, but on consoles with the limited memory pool, that will literally cause your game to not run. So when you're thinking ahead, if you're using blueprints, you might want to look into that. I won't go into super big details of how you can sort of structure things in a way that you're not accidentally loading too many things into memory by using casts or other hard references that kind of spider web out and pull everything in. Okay, long answer to short question, but hopefully
I was just
that's
going to go
helpful.
and fill in. And if you are curious about more information in regards to event-driven design, as well as different forms of communication in blueprints and how you can work with them, Zach Parrish did an amazing talk, which you can find on our YouTube channel, Unreal Engine. I'm going to try to find a link in for everyone in chat here. And then also we did another live stream last year with Christian Allen where we went through how to use and think about soft references as well. So there's plenty of resources out there to sort of dive into what Andrew is talking about. Another question that came up from Ovi, and I was also curious myself, are you using Blueprint nativization anywhere in the project?
So Blueprint nativization just crashes our our package build. So no, I did get it to run at one point, but we didn't actually see really any performance gains from it. And that it makes sense because what we were seeing in the profiler was that the blueprint overhead was low. And so then we wouldn't expect, if the blueprint overhead's already low, then why would nativizing it actually make any difference? And so it really didn't. We had to like kind of hack around to get it to nativize, but we didn't put too much effort into kind of fixing whatever nativization thing was causing it to crash. There was one piece of advice I wanted to give to people starting a project up for the first time, and that was just to start building, packaging and building your project fairly early. Because one of the things that helped us out in the very early stages in Mortal Shell, when there were only a few of us, was being able to produce that exe file to just send to a publisher or, put up on, I think when we first started, I don't know if you could, I think it was still the Steam Greenlight thing was still a thing. So you couldn't just pay $100 and have a Steam account. But nowadays you could even put your stuff up on Steam and then send people a Steam key and it seems all legit. Right. So start packaging your game, make sure it packages, because then you can actually give it to people, to other people to play, instead of showing them a video like, we promise the game's real. All right.
Cool. Continue.
So we were going to have Anton show some, more visually stimulating things next.
I can jump in.
We can move on and then keep some of the questions for the Q&A in the end.
Cool. Yeah, so actually, it's a good time to jump on this now, because I can reiterate on the blueprints from like my standpoint. I'm not a coder, right? I'm more of an artist. And when we started this thing, I think one of the reasons why we chose to work with blueprints is because, like, even though I'm an artist, I kind of did learn something about the coding, just a bit, so I can like be aware of like what variables are, what arrays are, and like how the logic works, like as a basis. And then during the production, at least like since we're like very small amount of people working on the project, I was able to do some things, like prototype things quickly with the blueprints, or do something that directly contributes to the project. Most of the time, later stage of productions, Andrew would just like he will be checking the stuff that I'm like committing, like putting in the project, because like from my perspective it's just one simple thing, but from his perspective, like the stuff that I put in the engine will break some other things. So on a layer, if like before I would just implement something by myself, later on I would just do something quickly and then approach Andrew and tell him like, dude, I made this thing, like I think it's gonna work for whatever I need to have in the game, but please double check it so it doesn't break anything, or like if it has to be redone, then redo it. But this is the logic that I need to be working, so he understands at least what am I trying to do without me like explaining him or like writing a document on like what exactly I need and like with all the technical documentation related to it. So this is one of those examples in here, because like for the project, we first we tried to do the static lighting, so we tried to bake lights on the levels. But with time, it became less and less efficient for us, because like we had to do a lot of different things, and levels were constantly changing, and like we wanted to iterate on the lighting on the levels, but like that would mean that we'll have to bake it, and like it might take a couple of hours at least, and then if something doesn't bake right, you have to redo that. So we at some point we were just okay, like it's not going to work for us, so we have to use dynamic lighting. And while that solves that problem of baking, it introduces other problems, like your character, like you don't have these volume light samples that, or you don't get GI basically in your project. So character lighting becomes challenging at times. Like sometimes it works, but sometimes your character looks completely off to what is in the environment, and you have to do something to make it look decent. At least it might not be perfect, but at least it would match what is up with environment. And what we ended up doing, probably can show. We kind of made a light rig around the character. I'm gonna try to open it now and try to show what it consists of. So this is our character mesh. Why isn't it going? It's not zooming in fast enough. Okay, maybe it will work now. Okay. So what we ended up doing is making like a small light rig which consists of 4 different light sources, and basically like top light, side light, backlight, and one light that is always attached to the camera. And this whole system would be like rotating around the characters at time, because like it's all based on how you look on the character. And they have like certain values by default that work like they just do add a little bit of ambient light and spec to the character, but we would adjust those using the blueprint that I made at times when like the character goes into different levels, because like for one level these values might work, but for other for other level they don't work anymore, and you have to adjust at least like the color temperature or the intensity and things like that. So I kind of made that small system that I placed in a character blueprint, and then in the actual levels I made another thing which I called light rig volume. And all these thing does is like a trigger that when your character passes through that volume, it changes the settings. So I'm gonna show you quickly what it actually does. Let it start. Let me adjust this. Okay, so here's our character, which like now he has all these lights activated, but when I was trying to experiment with the light rigs, my main goal was to like change those light settings, make them like stronger or weaker, and change the color temperature, and maybe also just the fog, because like for instance now this fog works fine, but like in one of the other levels that I'll be showing, we needed to have one certain fog settings in one part of the level and other fog settings in other part of the level. And these things essentially do that. So like if I run into this volume, you see like the lights become super blue, and I made them like super strong here for the reason of showcasing this, and the fog becomes super dense. And if I run to another trigger, the lights change to like super hot, and the fog changed back to how it was before. And we would place those triggers on the actual levels, and they would activate when needed, like next to certain entrances and whatnot, and they would change the lighting conditions for the character. And I'll show one of those examples, like where we actually use that stuff in one of our levels. So
yeah, and this was a really cool example of how I think of the kind of like whoever asked, when to use blueprints. I mean, because Anton and anybody in the project could make a blueprint, right, and then pass it over to me or somebody on my team and say, hey, this works, like I made it work, but can you make it efficient? And then we'd look at it and say, okay, well, it doesn't need to tick all the time, right? We'll just have it happen when the player overlaps. And then if we couldn't make it efficient, then that's when we'd engage like a programmer to convert it over to C++. But that kind of with things like this, like the light rig thing, it just stayed, right? And the majority of stuff stayed in Blueprint the whole time, because when the testing in the end was done, when we did profiling or when we ran it on the platforms, like it was running. So, and I think in some games, in our game, we're definitely bottlenecked by GPU most of the time. So, we wouldn't be hitting 60 frames a second on the lowest base platforms, even if our code was the most well optimized code in the world. So I think you have to look at your project and what's right for it. All right, now that that's loaded, Anton.
Yeah, and like this is one of the examples where we actually used it, and this is an example of like why the character lighting was problematic. So like here everything is covered in snow and ice, and like character looks super dark for this type of environment, because normally the light would be reflecting from snow and casting everything to the character, or at least we would have like the light samples done correctly in this if we would bake this map, so the character would be actually be way brighter. But it's not the case for us. So like if I just spawn the character like here, like this in here, he's super dark. And but like I have a rig volume over there, like at the end of this corridor, and so like if I go in there and just stay here for a little bit, you can, I don't know if like it's super visible on the stream, but you'll be able to see that the character becomes way brighter because we're adjusting the setting for the light, and we're also adjusting the setting for the fog at the same time. And now, like we also specifically wanted fog to be stronger in this like cave that is going down, so that's another thing. And now I have this like working the way I want it to work, and I was also to adjust the color of those light rigs so it's bluish to reflect more of what's happening outside, right? And the character is also brighter, it's not as dark anymore, and it kind of works. Maybe it's not like the most efficient or the best way to do this, but this is what I found working for us, and we use it like throughout the entire game pretty much. And if we like go inside that blueprint, it's really straightforward, pretty easy. It basically, I'll try to open it now. It basically goes in, checks if the character like has the checkbox, because like we didn't want this everywhere, so sometimes the character would not have the light rig checkbox on, and that in that case like it wouldn't work at all. But if it does, it basically goes in, searches into the character, finds the lights, and adjusts their values based on a timeline. And most of the time we knew the values that we need for the lights to be, so we did it through the like hard-coded values, but obviously you can use variables and like set it up dynamically during the gameplay if you really need to. And that's pretty much it. It's probably already like adjusted after Andrew took a look at it, but when I initially built it, it was similar to this, but it was just working on tick, and I knew it's not going to be shipped in the final game. But they made the change, so it works now.
I mean, even if we changed it to tick right now, it probably wouldn't break the game or break performance. It's just like, the reason why we were vigilant about that is because, in aggregate, if you have too many things, then it's going to make a difference, right? But yeah.
And here on the actual trigger volumes, the only thing that I exposed there was the light temperature and intensity. This I would change and set them differently in the actual level. So for instance, you see that there are 2 of these guys in here, and that's because if I would change my character, here, let's say I'm changing the character to become brighter, so it looks like he's in a snow environment and the light gets reflected. But if I would run back with those settings inside here into the caves, the character would be way too bright for this type of environment, so it just wouldn't work. And that's why on the way back I have another trigger volume, right, that adjusted everything back, and it looks more how it should look inside of this cave. This is one of the small examples that, cause we had a few things like that across the whole project, that when I would need something, and instead of asking somebody from the coding team to spend their time and resources and trying to explain them what do I need, I would just prototype something like this quickly and just give it to them, and they would make it work for the rest of the project, pretty much. And this was probably the most complex levels in terms of lighting, because we had snow in one part and then catacombs in another part, and one is super dark and the other one is super bright. So taking our approach, keeping in mind that we had dynamic lighting, it was definitely a big deal, and also the fog stuff. But let's say if we go to Fulgrim, there everything was fairly easy and straightforward. I'm gonna open that level now and
Quick
showcase.
question,
Yeah, go ahead.
Anton. Hitpause was wondering if the ambient lights were on a different lighting channel than the level, or I guess the geometry in the level.
Ambient lights, you mean skylight, or what
I
type
think
of?
they're referring to the lights in the lighting volumes.
I mean, wait, the lights in the lighting volume.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the lighting volumes didn't have lights. The lights are on the character, and yes, the character has those lights on channels that only affect the character. Yeah.
That light rig, it was only working for the character and nothing else. Yeah. It would be on channel 2 or channel 3. I don't remember which one exactly, but it's only there. And if we go to Fulgrim, here was way easier in this regard. So we didn't suffer too much with the lighting for characters in this level, because the only thing that we use here really is one skylight that lights everything, and then we have 3 directional lights that are all rotated 120 degrees, and they what they do is they just add a little bit of spec onto the rocks and the character armor. If we go closer, it's more of to just add a little bit of extra kick in a spec, or so it everything looks more wet and shiny. And they are on separate channel too, so yeah, they only affect rocks and the character. And then skylight is the one that is doing the majority of the job there. And the reason we actually added it was even working without the character lights in here, with the dynamic lighting. I'm gonna show that quick. So when we would first make this thing, it would be like this, but everything was looking a little bit flat. And we wanted to even the metal, you can see it's metal, but it's not shiny enough. And the reflection probes wouldn't work as they should be working when you bake the light. So we had to cheat it in a way, and this is how we made this extra directional lights that only light the characters and some of the rocks. And I think I don't remember if for this level we use it, but yeah, for this level we didn't use like any special map. It was just like a normal highlight that would capture everything that is in the level. Then in some of the levels we would change this to like special type of a cube map to add like extra reflections or extra specular. And like I think let me try to open one of the levels that I think is the case, and the difference is quite drastic if we don't use that thing. Try to open that level now, because on the cathedral, I think we internally call it cathedral, where the obsidian rocks are. Everything is super reflective, and we just needed to, like, apart from everything else, we just needed that extra information in reflections that we couldn't get from just having the skylight as we have in Fulgrim. And I think we just used the map there. And then, like, essentially the lighting setup is the same as a skylight. There we have also a sun. Then the light rig works the same way for the character, especially we use it when, let's say, character is outside and then he runs into some type of interior. Like everything becomes darker there, and the character has to become darker too. And the opposite, right? If the character runs outside, then everything character has to become brighter. I'm trying to open Cathedral now. Might take a little bit of time.
We can take a question while we're waiting.
Sure. Yeah.
Cyrex was asking, did you notice a visual downgrade when you switched from baked lighting to dynamic, or any performance difference?
Well, I mean, having no GI, global illumination, is definitely one of the downgrades. Gladly, the difference wasn't that much, specifically for our case. Like, we did try to compare like static lighting with global illumination when it's baked in and without, and there of course there was a difference, but it was not that much of a crazy difference that we were like, oh no, like we can't do dynamic lighting anymore, it's just too much. And the difference was very minor, and we could fake most of it, like with some maybe additional fill lights here and there. Like if in some levels, like we would place just one like light source to fake the reflection of light in certain room, for instance. But like we didn't do it across the whole levels everywhere. It was fairly straightforward. Like only one selective spot where we place something, and apart from that, and like the complications with lighting the characters, apart from that, it was all great. Like it wasn't that much of a hard decision for us, because the visuals were pretty close to what we wanted them to be. This is taking more time than it normally does. I'm pretty sure I opened that map. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Fatal.
This is what happens.
It's the worst kind of error.
Yeah. I guess I'll try to close this thing and open it again.
Yeah, we can do some more questions while we're waiting for you to get set up. Just let us know when you're ready, Anton, and we'll move back to your screen.
Yeah, sure.
We
can go ahead with some other questions if there are any.
Yeah, we got plenty.
Okay.
Alvaro Real-Time Mayhem asked, "Hey guys, amazing work. I might arrive late and already people asked, but is there any use of the game playability system in the core of the game?"
That's something that we had looked at, and I think early in development, and it didn't seem right for us at the time. We've been looking at it recently for new stuff, and it's amazing that game playability system can do a lot, and it's come really far. There were things that we now have been looking at, going like, oh well, we could have definitely used that in Mortal Shell. So no, but the quick answer is no. We haven't used game playability system in it.
Did you design something similar or in that vein, so that you were able to work with it as a designer?
So what we built, I think that the most similar thing that we built is we built a system using data assets so that we could create buffs and debuffs and easily kind of iterate on those. And the way that it's all custom to Mortal Shell, so that when we create a new, I can actually probably show it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and switch to Anton's screen, or sorry, Andrew's screen.
Yeah.
So I think we call it item effects here. And so anytime we create when we want to add a new item, because most of our buffs and and debuffs and effects come from items in Mortal Shell, we have this system where we can add just entries to this data asset, and we have a list of different all the different statuses that we have in Mortal Shell, whether it's poison or restoring health or lighting people on fire. And for each of these entries, we can mix and match sort of an infinite amount of, parameters and and it works with our familiarity system too, right? So, I mean, in the end, maybe it was good that we built our own thing, because with that we had that familiarity. You probably could use gameplay ability system to this. I'm still just kind of learning everything it can do. It seems super powerful. But yeah, so for this poison mushroom, example, when you use it, it lasts 16 seconds and it damages you for 5 health every 2 seconds, right? But once you're familiar with it, it gives you poison immunity for 120 seconds. And we sort of have, everything from the icon that appears on the HUD to it's sort of a one-stop shop for everything that the kind of player effects can, everything that can affect a player, right? So yeah, that's that. It turned out pretty cool.
See, what's your status, Anton?
Almost there.
All right. We'll
Probably
do
take
another question.
Yeah.
See, there's some requests of can we see this character and that material and such. We might dive into those a little bit later and see how generous Cold Cylinder wants to be when it comes to sharing their magic. Potion Dweller was asking, how did you handle enemy AI in the game? Was it more C++ or a mix of Unreal's behavior trees or other methods?
It's mostly, it was all started with Unreal behavior trees. And there were some limitations there that I asked the C++ developer to make me some custom nodes that we could call. If I remember correctly, I think it was a custom, the key one was a custom weight node. So, in the behavior trees right now, the weight nodes that are standard kind of let you wait a number of seconds, right? And what we wanted to be able to do was cancel out of that wait, or have more control on how those waits occur. And just having that one extra node from the C++ developer allowed us to do all kinds of stuff with the AI. So mostly just the standard AI stuff, though, and we don't actually even use EQS. It's all just a balance between the behavior trees and custom nodes that we wrote in blueprints, and then 1 or 2 C++ custom nodes that in how we kind of balance it. And finding the right. We tried to keep the behavior trees pretty simple, and then anything that's like the enemies doing their moves, right, like goes into the enemy itself. So the behavior tree would sort of be like, move to this position, attack, and then the attack calls stuff on the enemy, and the enemy does, that's where all the complicated stuff is on the enemy. And then when you're done attacking, do X, or yeah.
I think I'm good now.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, we're seeing you.
Okay, yeah. So like this is another example of like getting back to lighting, where we had to fake certain things. Like, cause like on this level, for instance, even when we tried baking stuff, considering everything is black here, like we wouldn't get much from the static lighting or from global illumination or anything like that. So like we had to use dynamic lights in here anyways. And it also actually helped in the end, because in the game, you know, like when you take the gland from the boss, the lighting changes, and like we also had to keep this in mind, that our lighting condition would like we wanted to change them during the gameplay. There was other like reason why we chose dynamic lighting, but anyways, like here it's the setup is pretty straightforward too. Like it's a skylight and directional light, and then like occasional spotlights in certain rooms, right, to make it a bit more artistic. But I'd like to fake Jai a little bit. But anyways, like the main thing in here is actually the skylight, because by default, because we're using like sunset type of lighting in here, we would get this, and everything becomes like super orange, and because skylight is just taking the environment, right? And that wasn't ideal for us. Like that was not the look we were going for. And here we kind of faking it with just like specific IGR map that changes everything to look more like what we wanted it to look, right? It's so like we still get the sunrise from the sun, but everything is not overlaid with orange. And like another example would be, let's say in here, like where the difference is pretty strong, because all the materials are reflective, right? And like by default, it looks like this again. So like everything is just covered with orange color from the sun. But if you override it, we still get the orange from the sun, but we still get a lot of like colder reflections in shadowy areas, and that just helps to make everything look more. It helps to have more creative control over there. And like if we would make the static light skylight into the static lighting, right, it would be more challenging to do that. So that helped us a lot in this regard. And I think for the lighting, it was like mostly this. Like the most tricky part was the character lighting, but the rest was pretty simple. And we obviously didn't have like a lot of complex interiors in the game, or a lot of places where like you would go inside of the big building where there are no openings at all whatsoever. So we did like I could see this approach being problematic, because sometimes you actually have to have global illumination of some kind of that, and like you actually would want to bake lights. But for our game, like it was fine with dynamic lighting. And another quick thing I wanted to show is in regards of our character rigs, because like when Andrew was showing that animation for the spinning attack, basically I just wanted to show that even though the move looked pretty straightforward, but like in fact it did take a lot of takes to make it work, because I think the first time when we did this, I'll try to open this animation. Oh no, so this one. We did like the whole thing.
Right.
And there was just like one continuous move. And then during like when we tried to assemble that thing, we did just like started to cut those animations, and then
Right.
like we split it basically into one first part, and then the other part was just the continuation on this move, and then we would like connect them together and into a final thing. And like the same
Right.
goes. You wanted to add something, Andrew?
Oh, just like that, I remember just thinking when we had the one that was just all one, how the hell is this supposed to work?
Oh yeah. Right.
And then seeing them chopped up, it's like kind of hard to visualize how it all fits together too. So it's, yeah.
But like we would normally always do the one whole thing like all together when everything is together, and then because like it's easier to cut things from that whole animation than rather than like trying to do it in chunks from the get-go and then think like how you would assemble that. It just gives you more flexibility, and you can actually like easily cut the animation right here in Unreal. Like you can do the whole thing, quickly cut it in here, and try to implement it, and then just like if you have to still change even that like cut animation, you can still do that later in any third-party software, but at least you can quickly prototype and iterate really fast, even like within Unreal. And like the same would go about the vampire paired attack, I think, because I can show you just quickly how many takes it actually took if I search up for paired attack.
That was the hardest. That was the hardest one. It took like,
Yeah.
I don't know how many of us were working on that for a month or two.
Yeah, and like now we would probably know more how to do these things, but when we just first approached it, like we wouldn't started from this, it's like super choppy, blocked out animations, different cuts. I think we took like insane amount of different cuts just to see what works, what doesn't, with rod motion, without rod motion. So while we were doing this, like we would not spend all the time polishing those animations right away. Like we would just do super rough version, try to assemble it in engine, figure out what the transforms has to be for the character, for the enemy, and then like I think the final parts, like I think this is one of the examples, like when the animation is already like polished, and I think this one is used in game. It's when you miss, and
Right.
there are some like already polished when you. I think this animation is like cut by the end. The whole thing is cut into like 3 or 4 chunks that we use in the engine differently. Because like the vampire can hit you, he can miss you, he can like start chopping you down, but then you might use stone form, so we have to use something else for that scenario, or you might hit him like while he's flying into you. Like there are so many things that initially, like let's say me as an animator, like we didn't think, because like we would just do this animation and think, okay, like this is almost there, but then when we actually start diving deeper, you realize that you need so much more animations to like support it in case of
Right.
this happens or that happens. Like what if your character dies when that animation is happening, or like what if you get hit when that animation happens? Like what? Like there are so many things, right? And it was definitely a lot of different takes to finally make it happen. And probably we would know more of it. Like I guess if we have to do it again, we will already know how to approach this thing at least. But at first,
Yeah.
it was like a lot of work.
Well, Grisha went way smoother, but Grisha's easier because he doesn't fly through the air and and potentially completely miss your character, and any number of other things that the vampire one that can go wrong with the vampire one. But yeah, I remember when you came, with that one. We like, it's not like we didn't discuss. We're like, okay, paired animation, this is going to be the first one, right? But there was sort of like this conversation where you were like, dude, you just set them to the same transform. I don't know what's so hard about it.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth like that for a while, and but we were working out bugs with that like into beta even. I think that thing was a long haul to get the vampire bite working perfectly.
And then like this is one of the examples where like you can cheat a little bit, right? Because like if you look at this is the animation when vampire attacks you as a character, and this is your response to that. But like you can clearly see that like legs are not properly animated, and some other parts are not properly animated too. But then we had a custom camera that would hide all of that, right? So like you don't have to go in and do everything perfect if nobody will see that, right? And we specifically like chose the camera it was not like to hide things, it was more from their artistic perspective, but then whatever is not in the camera we just didn't spend time on animating. or like struggling too much about that, and that also helped us to save time. So just trying to say that like it's not that everything has to be perfect, right? And then another trick we kind of used to save some of the time, at least on some of the characters, is that actually, let's say for the character rigs, like we have a few shells, right? So they all have to use one same rig. But in fact, if I'll try to like look it up, many characters, like enemies, for instance, they use the same rig too. So if I search for Griggen, for instance, like we would be able to use enemies doing the same animations. So like if we do some animations for the enemies, we would be able to make them to be usable on the main character too. And like you probably wouldn't want to do this for attacks, for instance, right? Or for something iconic that is related only to your character. But let's say for something like deaths or some kind of run animations, like something some miscellaneous animations, you can share the same animation if you have the same rig for the enemies and for the player, and it just saves you a lot of bandwidth to work with. I don't like. I think at least like I can probably search for some other enemies, even from like Cathedral, for instance. Like they use the same skeletal rig, and it all works together, and that helped us a lot. I think I'm mostly done with my part too. So if like there are any questions, or if not, we can just move on.
No, we got several for you, Anton. Are you ready for
cool.
it?
Yeah.
All right, let's start a little bit with lighting. Predrag16 asked, it looks like you guys used short spotlights for the crypt torches. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we would use point lights at first, but they're super expensive, and they would impact performance like a lot. So let me actually go to crypt. I think I even used two spotlights in there.
Yeah,
because
and those are in a blueprint, right? So we could assess when you changed it out. We could assess the performance impact on the whole level, which was cool.
And I think one of these lights is pointing at the wall, so the torch actually lights up the wall where is it, and the other one points against the wall, so it actually would cast light on the character and all that. Let me quickly go there. They've been going through some iterations, so like we might have changed them at some point. At first, I for sure made a point light, like that's 100%, but it just didn't fly for performance, especially on the consoles, right? So, okay, yeah. So there are two lights here, and one of them, one of the lights, like this is the torch, right? So one of them is just like pointing outwards to cast light on the character, and the other one is pointing to the wall to like illuminate the wall a little bit. And basically, it's still cheaper than one point light, because one point light is like 6 spotlights essentially, and like they all cast shadows and whatnot. So it's still having 2 spotlights is way cheaper than 1 point light over there.
Next question comes from Will Chandler. What kind of optimization techniques and methods did you find useful for lighting?
I think one of the main ones was we did carefully choose which lights would cast shadows and which would not, because sometimes even if you think you're like all of them should be casting shadows, sometimes you can get away with switching some of them off, and it would not look that much worse altogether. And another technique was the distance where they render, like how far they render, right? Because is it somewhere? I remember there was a setting in here somewhere where would you choose the distance. where the light would show up at all. Can't find it right now in here somehow. Victor, do you remember where is that?
No, sorry, I'm also focused on making sure I get all the questions here.
Oh yeah, what? Here it is.
Sometimes I have to watch like the content of the stream afterwards because I'm so engrossed in like everything that's going on around. And this was definitely a moment like, I know you're talking, but I'm not really sure what you said.
So anyway, like this is the max distance. Now it's not set up on a point light because we don't use point lights anyways, but probably on this one, yeah, you see, like here we set it. So like we would just set it in a way, like there's no any rule in here. We just set it in a way that it's like least visible for the player that the light source go on. And but like this already helps a lot, and also it's not like it instantly pops in and off, right? Because there is the fade range, so it would slowly come up brighter, or it will fade out, and that would save a lot on performance too in terms of lighting. And I think the heaviest one was in Fulgrim, and like, well, that's one of the reasons why we only have skylight in there, because when we would put direct skylight and directional light with all the trees and everything, and like if directional light is casting shadows, it would become way too heavy, and at some point, even like artistically, we thought it's cool to have a swamp with the overcast lighting. And that also proved to be true performance-wise, that it helped us and save us a lot on performance in Fulgrim. That made eventually made us to ship the game with the proper performance, especially on consoles. Like like this stuff, we wouldn't be concerned on the PC, but when we like started moving the game onto consoles, then we had to like dive in and actually do all this extra work, because it wouldn't. We wouldn't get the FPS we need for the consoles.
Next question comes from Elric011. How did you get that heavy of a fog? Was it multiple ambient fogs or some plugin?
No, it's just exponential fog. There are two here now. Like the two actually wouldn't work because only one can be enabled at a time. They start to bug out. At least it was the case before. And here we use two different, because for the boss arena in this level we use one fog, and for main level it's just one exponential fog with the volumetric setting on. And I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Like if you set it to small value, it's let me switch this off. Oh, just a sec. I need to disable the boss lighting. Okay. So yeah, like it can get really dense easily, and I guess the only like you can control the distance, the view distance, and like where it starts to show up, but like we didn't use anything special in this, you know, like it's just standard fog that Unreal Engine provides. Nothing fancy really here.
Cool.
I'll try to show it on a open space. Maybe it's more visible there. Yeah, like in here, for instance. And again, like this thing, I think like to have a special, since we don't really have a directional light here either, but we wanted to have this volumetric lights from this hole, so we just placed a light source in there that does that. And this is like one of the examples of specific placement of lights here and there for the dramatic effect. But yeah, fog is just normal fog.
Next question comes from Patrick Force. I think, yeah, it's a little bit of a. There's two questions here from both Patrick and Future. They're curious, where did your characters come from? Did you model them yourselves? Did you use a character creation suite? And they were also a little bit curious about if you got any of the content from the Unreal Engine marketplace.
So the characters, like we have really awesome character team, and one of like other co-founders for Cold Symmetry, Vitaly Bulgarov. He's the he's super well-known, super cool designer and art director, and he spent a lot of time working in movies and cinematics, and like his experience definitely helped a lot, especially like I've been directly working with him when we were like trying to come up with the lighting scenarios for the games. Because like I had a lot of experience in games, but he has a lot of experience in movies, and we tried to match it up to come up with like interesting lighting for the game. And then characters, like they would just do all the characters themselves and design them from scratch. And the only time I think when we used something from the marketplace, it was back when it was still Dungeon Heaven. Because when I first met Andrew, we decided to work on the game together, right? But then, you know how it oftentimes comes when you start working with somebody, when you don't have direct set deadlines, things just start to drag out. Because like you're doing something, but then there is no finish line, and then like you do this a little bit, that, and then time passes and nothing is done. So I think that was one of the key things that when we met with Andrew, we said like, okay, let's do something solid. Let's say it would be like one level with a boss and like certain amount of content in half a year, like strict. And like obviously it's not a big deal if it's a bit more than half a year, but that was like our mindset that like let's have something playable and ready in half a year, and then we move on from that. Like if we have to cut things, then we cut them. So like we don't think of making like GTA Killer or something like this. We would just do something that is doable with a few people and in half a year, and then we would use marketplace. Yeah, because like we clearly didn't have time to animate. I think like really long time ago when we just started and like showed the very first demo with of Dungeon Time. It was just me and Andrew, right? And we I wouldn't be able to animate all the characters in half a year, so I would just take like marketplace content for that demo, and like I did all the environments, but then we took some, like I don't know if Andrew, do you use some code from marketplace or something like this?
Yeah, I mean, some of it still is, you know, there. It's heavily modified now, but generally kind of the approach was to, you know, explore those marketplace codes in another project and then kind of pull over elements that we needed. You know, in the beginning, you know, we were looking at a lot more of that, and then mostly, you know, its own machine. But I just want to say too, for back on the character question, you can follow Vitaly Bulgarov on Instagram. He has really awesome Insta where he's always posting new art and characters. It's super cool. So if you love the characters, check it out.
And like, yeah, getting back to the question, yeah, we did use marketplace characters at the very beginning, like for the enemies and whatnot. But then it was only, we knew it's going to be only for the prototype. Like we showed the prototype, we started to, like we found a publishing deal, and then we like changed all of it. So like we didn't use any like marketplace animations or characters in the project once we actually shipped the game. Like it served its purpose for the prototype, but then we kind of changed all that. And especially like when we joined forces with Vitaly at some point and Dungeon Heaven became Mortal Shell, like we kind of ramped up everything regarding the characters and general design, and the whole visual part of the game changed entirely because it became more than just two people. We joined forces with Vitaly and our friend Dmitry, and he's also a co-founder of Cold Symmetry. And then we kind of changed we decided to ramp it up and make it entirely a new project.
Cool. One final question for you, Anton, and then we can move over to Francesco. I'm sure Francesco is excited to get to say something here.
Yeah.
Gregor Shene asked, how do you manage the basic locomotion animation? Is it full blueprint or a simple blend space or maybe both?
So Go ahead. Or did you have an
No,
answer
it
for
was
that?
just I just want to say that I don't think we have any locomotion over there. Like,
Yeah, it's through the locomotion that's there is through, like, we don't have a sophisticated the character movement on pivoting or speeding up and slowing down isn't as sophisticated as we would have liked it to be. That was one area that we'll look to invest into in the future. So I think that's where the laughing about we don't have a locomotion system comes from. But we do have a lot of it is in animation blueprints and blend spaces. Our animation blueprints for the character are super complicated now, with lots of different blending layers and things that can happen to kind of where we've parameterized things in order to kind of get the level of fidelity we wanted to, and the procedural control over the animations. One thing interesting on the enemy blueprints, animation blueprints, is procedural hit reactions that we added, that were kind of added late to the project to reinforce the player's experience of that the enemies are actually taking damage, because we don't always want enemies to take a hit reaction in Souls-like, because not everybody should be able to be stun locked, but we still want you to get that visual feedback that you're hitting an enemy. So
Awesome. There's some more animation-related questions I saw come in, but we can move over to them later in the big Q&A. I guess I have to call it the small intermediate ones, and then there's the big one at the end. Francesco, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So before I start my show and tell, I'll do a brief introduction on what my role on Mortal Shell has been and how I got to join the team. So it was December 2019, and I actually want to tell the story. I just made a post on the real forums under the looking for work section, and yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but yeah, much to my surprise, on the same day, actually I think within a few hours, Andrew contacted me, and yeah, we spoke, and yeah, since then I never stopped working on the game. And so the advice here is, don't be afraid to share your work on the real forums, and always check the job offerings that are there.
yeah, especially today, because we have a job posting
Yeah,
up
especially
that we
today.
posted today for a 3C gameplay programmer. So if you're into characters and actually locomotion, character movement systems, camera systems, like, please don't, and Unreal, please don't hesitate to apply. Like, we'd love to talk to you.
we're actually hiring a lot of people across the way, so don't be shy. But yeah, back to Francesco.
So I worked on several different things, but yeah, essentially my main task has been blueprint scripting, and basically helping Andrew with that, with some of the gameplay mechanics and some other bits of blueprint logic. And yeah, and besides this, I think my top contribution would be helping the guys in general with the final sprint before the August release. And yeah, so I'm going to show something I worked on, which is the input queue system. A bit of a backstory on how this thing came to be. I think that briefly after the open beta, Andrew came to me and he was like, "Hey man, there's been some feedback from the open beta. We definitely need to implement some input queuing system." And so yeah, we started discussing it, and yeah, and then eventually I've been the one that went for the implementation. So in Mortal Shell, we make extensive use of animation montages and animation notifies, and so I had to work with these two. And yeah, let me jump in the engine here. So I'll start with showing this attack montage. This is one of the light attack montages. And as you can see, there are a bunch of notifies here on the timeline. And the one I am going to talk about is the input queue window. And pretty much everything is done with this custom animation notify state. And the whole concept is super simple, because basically the input queue windows is just a time frame where we listen to any input that is being pressed by the user, because we might want to add it to the input queue. And so the way it works is that the notify starts, we listen for any input that is being pressed, and then eventually, if an input has been added to the input queue, at the end of the notify, the system tries to execute that input exactly as if it is the player pressing the button. So this is how it works. I'll go over the actual blueprint logic. Is super simple, nothing complicated. So here I am just getting the player character from.
Sorry for interrupting, Francesco. We're getting a little bit of artifacts on our stream on this end.
Why is that?
Well,
it's my fault.
Well, there's something called distance, and I'm well aware that you're the one that's farthest away from the server. Let's see. I think we regained the bandwidth.
Yeah, it
here.
looks cool now.
I'll go slowly then. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying, here I'm just getting the player character, and don't worry about this logic here, which this is just for the parry animation montage. Oh, something I forgot to say. Here in the details of the animation notify, I can specify the list of what are the allowed inputs that can be queued for this notify here. And so here what I'm doing is that inside our player character, I am updating this array here. Then here we have this enum, the queued input enum. This is actually the most important variable here, because here is where we store the queued input. And here I'm resetting it just in case, because a new notify has started. And here we have just a state management bool to track when we are inside an input queue window. And so then we have notify end. At the end of the notify, the logic is pretty much the same, with the only difference that here the state management bool is reset to false. And here is where the magic happens, because at the end of the notify, we are calling the input queue master event, which I'm going to show now. Here we are inside the player character class. Everything happens here, and there are just a couple of checks here, nothing important. The interesting part is here, where we take the queued input enum and we switch on it, and based on its current value, we fire an additional event. As you can see, there are a bunch of events here, one for each of the action that you can perform in Mortal Shell. And I mean, there might be the case that the value is none. In that case, nothing happens, of course. I'll go over the parry, which is a good example. So when we arrive here, what happens? So here, two additional events are being executed by using a sequence. One is parry pressed, the other parry release. Why is that? What does it mean? Basically, by doing so, I am faking the button being pressed, exactly as if it was the player doing it, because here, as you can see, here are the custom events. They are executing the exact same logic that is being executed when you actually press the button on the actual input action for the parry ability. And the other bit of logic is this function here, which is the function that it's basically in the one that tries to add an input to the queue. Here on the input pin, I can select which is the input that this function should try to add to the queue. I'm going inside it. There are just a lot of checks here. Main one is, of course, are we inside an input queue window? Then we check if the array for the allowed input is empty, because that means that basically all inputs are allowed, and so we can continue. Otherwise, we check if this input here that I have selected on the input pin is contained in the allowed inputs array. And then there are this is just a custom check for the dodge action. But yeah, basically, eventually we arrive here where the input is queued correctly and stored in this variable. So
Hey, Francesco, sorry for interrupting again. Can we try to lower the bit rate of your stream a little bit and see if that fixes the issue? Yeah, we're gonna move over to grid view. Sorry, y'all, just a little break. We're gonna try. Yeah, just go ahead and stop the stream, and then
how
just
much?
a little bit. I just want us to be able to see all the stuff that you're showing us.
Okay.
Yeah, the same spot we were playing with yesterday. Go ahead and set it to. I would half it, maybe 3,000.
Okay.
And then if that doesn't work, oh, it's not your fault. We all have to work around technology.
Okay.
Fatal errors, bandwidth, and everything in between.
Okay, I've done it, and I'm starting streaming again.
All right, let's see. All right, we can see you. Let's continue and see if that helped.
So pretty much this covers the blueprint logic. Is not something complicated, and so you might wonder, does this make much difference? And yeah, the answer is yes. But yeah, it's probably hard to tell what the input queue system does by just looking at some code. And so I'm going to minimize the engine here, and because I prepared some example that probably show better why the input queue system makes the combat system actually all the action that we can execute in Mortal Shell much more responsive. Can you see the video?
Yes, looking good.
Okay. So here in this case, on the left, you have the input queue system disabled. On the right, it is enabled, and I am pressing the light attack button, and immediately after, I am pressing the heavy attack button. And as you can see, on the left, the character does nothing. It just goes back to the idle state, where instead on the right, I am executing a heavy attack. So this is one example. Second example, which I think is even more important. Same start, I am pressing the light attack button, and immediately after I am doing a parry. But yeah, on the left, nothing happens. The character just goes back to idle, where instead on the right, I immediately perform a parry, which in a game like this one, it's super important. Like if the parry ability is responsive. And last example, just to show that this thing is not just for strictly for combat abilities, but for anything actually. So even movement capabilities. And here I am consuming an item and then pressing the dodge button. And on the left, it's pretty evident the character just does nothing, where instead on the right, the character backsteps once the consume animation has completed. This is another example which, at least in Mortal Shell, I think it makes quite a difference, because while you consume an item in Mortal Shell, your movement capabilities are limited and your work speed is decreased. And so being able to quickly move away from, let's say, an approaching enemy, it's crucial to have a responsive combat system and movement of the player character. So moving on, returning to the engine here, another thing I want to cover is debugging. Definitely when you are dealing with a feature like this one that covers a whole combat system, you want to build some debugging tool. And I'm going to show the debug tools you want to build can be as simple as a widget, as I've done here. So don't look at the stuff that there is on the right. That's not related to the input queue system. It's just some data for the player character. All the related things to the input queue system are on the left. And I actually increased the text size and made the readability a little bit better for the stream. And so with this input, with this widget debug, I can actually track anything that is going on in regards to the input queuing system, because as I start attacking and like doing all sort of actions here, I get to know basically everything, all the inputs that the game has registered, and I also get to know if I was the one pressing the button with the mouse and keyboard in this case, or if it was the input queue system that took over and tried to execute the action. And here on a bit on the right, I can see the list of all the allowed inputs for this very moment. And at the bottom, I can see what is the animation montage that has called the input queue master event. And so I think by doing so, by building this debug widget, we definitely save some time in testing this feature, which came pretty late during the development, and definitely it did help also with our QA team. And so the advice here is always put some effort in your debugging tools, especially when you're dealing with a feature big like this one. And so last thing I'm going to show, the input queue system, it hasn't been a complex task for me, because yeah, you saw the logic is super simple. But I want to say this, it took quite some time to complete. Let me close the videos here. And just to give you an idea on how much time it took, for me to go over everything. Here I want to share the spreadsheet, which basically lists all the possible combinations that there are in Mortal Shell. And yeah, and basically how it works. So I had to go during a light attack, can another light attack be queued, and do this thing like for all the action that we have in the game. And then once and basically I studied everything that is possible to do in the game. And once I worked on the spreadsheet, I had to go back into the engine and place all the different animation notifies, tweak the start, tweak the end, and here specify all the different allowed inputs. And of course, I had to do some other tweaks for just a couple of actions. But yeah, so if you want to implement any kind of input queuing system on your game, think about it up front, because definitely is going to take some time to complete. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I think, yeah, that's all from me, at least for the input queue system.
Or even a real
Sorry?
That's one of those things too. Input queuing. I think there is some handling of that in the ability system, the gameplay ability system too. But I don't, in order for it to be integrated into a game like Mortal Shell, there's so much integration work that would have to be done to manage all of those states, right? But anyway, awesome input system. It's amazing.
Thanks,
Awesome
man.
job indeed. Yeah, really cool. I haven't seen this before, but now it's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's not complicated, but yeah, it took like
A lot of time. Yeah.
a lot of time, like going on all the thinking of all the animation. Yeah, I wanted to say this, like only for the dodge mechanic, I think we have 48 animation just for that. And so I had to go over all the 48 animation, place the notify, tweak everything. So it was quite time consuming.
Cool.
We had a question here. Oh, let's see, I just lost it. Mzuki asked, how does the input queue handle multiple different inputs?
Basically, the system just can add to the queue one single input. If another input is pressed by the user, it's going to replace the previous one. That's the way we want. It's done by design. So because yeah, we studied a lot of different approaches, but we went for this one. So just one single input can be queued.
Cool. We got a lot of questions here. I want to let folks know that we're gathering them all. But I think it's time to move over to John and talk a little bit about audio.
Sure, let's talk about it. So I'm kind of laughing because I was just talking with Andrew, and I think my section is going to be as much about what to do as what not to do. There are a lot of lessons learned and a lot of cleanup after the fact. And one of the first things that I had to do in the project was, I think Andrew told me, like, hey, the Crypt Boss animations have changed. We need to like rework the sound. And I was like, all right, well, let's see what that means. And so I don't have the Crypt Boss up. Let's look at the, I can pull up probably any of these animations and you'll,
I'm getting flashbacks, man, of all the trouble
talking. We have some audio issues.
Yeah, of course.
Seems to be the entire stream, however. Houston, can we please restart the feed from John?
Let me make sure it's not on my end too.
His name is.
No,
his
it's
name
on our
actually,
end.
Is Houston just your nickname for the controller? Is there a person named Houston? I just kind of have to know because.
No, that's my nickname because when there are several folks, it might be.
Okay. Because that was about to be. If they were actually named Houston, that'd be amazing.
I wish.
That was in the job posting. Must be named Houston.
Cool. Looks like we're all good. Can we get a little movement from you, John, on your stream? Yeah, it looks we're all good. Please,
Okay,
sorry about
cool.
that. Please continue.
Sure. So here's one of the crypt bosses, one of the crypt boss montages. And if you look at the notifies, you'll see exactly one sound cue here. And the problem with that is, well, I just went across it, and you can sort of hear what the problem is. It played once and continued on for the entire duration of this. Now, if the whole thing is playing, that can sort of work. I mean, that all matches up there. But we have staggers in our game. We have a development team, and development teams work in cycles, and animations, design, these are all fluid things. And so my first task was go in here and like export these waves out and try to salvage them to like new timings. And that's a really bad workflow. Like, you don't want to end up in that situation. In audio, in development, you're sort of at the caboose end. Everyone's work goes in. It starts with design and systems, and art gets made, and then you're sort of at the mercy of all of that in audio. And if anything upstream changes, then everything downstream has to sort of coincide. So you want to be able to sort of future-proof that. So to future-proof that, I developed a system here where if we go into the sounds folder, which this is another what not to do. There could be a whole 2 hours on project organization in here. This is a folder to avoid, but you can see all of these custom notify types that were made for the different characters. This is super important for a game like Mortal Shell, where it's really a character-driven game. Whether it's you or your enemies, that's the main focus of the game here. So there's a base notify, which just sort of has a couple variables which are referenced on the children, just a volume multiplier, a pitch multiplier, so you can override that from the queue. This editor only preview sound, which was a really cool hack by Andrew. I'll show that in a sec. But if we go to like a notify for the footstep here, you receive the notify. This is the cool hack. One of the problems was that if we go into an animation here and we play this, so that notify ends up calling a function on the base character where that's where all the logic is now handled. It's not going to be played anymore in a sound cue, which is a big takeaway of this. Like the less time you can be spending here in the notifies, the better. The more you can handle logic elsewhere, that's a big win. But then you lose the ability to hear it while you're actually in the animation editor. So he just checks if the game's even playing and then spawns it in 2D, because this character doesn't actually exist in the montage. This is just a skeletal mesh here. So what ends up happening here, you have this footstep. We'll go with this one as the example. So it gets the mesh, it gets the owner, make sure that it is indeed a character, and then off of the character, it calls this play footstep audio function, which this has all the logic for all the footsteps in the game, which is a pretty cool thing to have. So this does sort of your standard line traces into the ground, grabs the surface type from there, sets an impact point for it. There's the surface type.
Hey John, I think you might be sharing. I'm not sure we were actually seeing the right blueprint.
It seems like there's a delay.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. It does look it's delayed.
You know what? Let's go ahead and do the same thing that we did for Francesco and see if that
just restart it. Restart it, lower the bitrate.
Lower the bitrate, yeah.
Sure.
Trying to get stuff to y'all folks at high quality as possible, but sometimes that just doesn't cut it.
Sure. All right,
One of
have
the
it
things
3000.
we'd done with these large wave files that were like, contiguous and would go the duration of like a 10-second move was we'd tried to, before John had a stab at it, we'd like Csaba Molnar, one of the, and the core development programmers was like, let's make a system where we can fade out at least. If they get stunned or something, we can at least fade out. We can detect that the move's been interrupted and fade it out. So we'd made this like kind of complicated system that attaches to all wave files that are playing, and like
Yeah, that was a new notify that was register and play sound effects. And what that would
Right.
do is on the base character, it would just keep an array of all of the registered sound effects. And then if the animation changed, it would play this fade out anim SFX function that just goes through that list of cached stuff and stops it. Let me know if the stream is back up. Are we good? Are we in real
Yeah,
time?
we've seen you.
Cool.
We're seeing footstep audio.
Cool. Yeah, we're close enough to it. For reference, here's that fade out anim SFX. It just grabs everything in the anim sounds and fades it all out. So back to the footstep. Yeah, so we have the line trace stuff. It grabs the surface type, which is all just built-in Unreal physics material and surface type system, stores it. Here, because the player and the enemy are both handled slightly different, but this is the base character, which is for everything. This just checks to make sure that it's the player. And then it sort of goes into two branches of logic. This could probably be done a little more eloquently than how I had it here. And then it's just a simple sort of make sure you don't want to override the footstep to something very specific. And then it just uses this beautiful select node with all these different cues for the different footsteps. But what's cool about this is that this footstep, where is the type? It does... So it grabs the self here. Some of the other notifies here, like let's do the vocalization here, which the vocalization notify is also right here. And you can see that there's this vocalization type of death, which is just an enum. So I just made a bunch of sort of standardized types of stuff that then could be passed upstream to the classes, and the class would just have properties set on it. So you could make really quick adjustments to it, and that really, really helps iteration time. So if we go back into that vocalization notify, it's pretty much the same thing, although it passes in a vocalization type integer. This is just for the 2D sound in here, but it does pass that into this function. So it takes in that vocalization type, and it does this cool little get standard audio component function, which was a way that we had of making this work across every enemy. So if you go in here, this just returns an error, and this is meant to be overridden. But if you go into like an enemy here, it's overridden, and it has all of his different audio components, and they're sort of mapped to these different outputs of which component specifically are you looking for. In the vocalization, we're going to be looking for the mouth component, so then you set this on the character and you say, all right, well, you switch, and if it's the mouth, we're going to return this mouth component. Since then, this is sort of a what to do and a what not to do. Since then, I've actually made this system better using gameplay tags. Gameplay tags are actually a really cool way to handle this, so you don't have to do all this overriding on every child, but you can just like create your own custom audio component, set a gameplay tag on it, throw it all in, and you can either just do a find by gameplay tag or an enum or something for location. Gameplay tags are cool because they're really flexible, and you get any sort of arbitrary thing you want. But you could just forego all of this. But the idea is just sort of make sure that you're getting the component that you want to be posting to. Putting it in a map with a game is probably the way to go. But so we get the right audio component, and then we know we have that mouth audio component. And then this is part of the really cool power of this system. You have this enemy audio params structure here, and this is it's just a struct here. Let me pull it up. Well, you can see here, there's a vocalization set, a weapon type, which is an array of weapon type enums, clothing type, and footstep type. This had to be an array because there's some enemies like the Gragu here who has both a shield and a Morning Star, and we needed to sort of delineate which of his impacts that was going to play. But if you go into like you can see here, that's just a really, really simple structure, just a bunch of enums. And what's cool about that is that because on the base character, you're saying, like, for instance, in this vocalization audio, you're saying, all right, we're just going to select off of that vocalization set. Then that means that if you want to have the Gragu play a different vocalization, then you just change his vocalization set here, and then all the rest of the logic downstream is going to be handled. So that's a really, really scalable system, and scalability is a really important thing, especially on a small team like this, where you don't know how much resource time you're going to have to do, sort of specialization of things like footsteps. Like, are we going to be able to have the time to do 5 footstep suites, or are we going to have unique footsteps across the whole board? So this sort of system made it really easy to iterate on that, because you could sort of set something as temp and say, all right, well, we have a footstep type of, whatever, or better yet, clothing type. This sort of shows it, where we had the clothing types for the Foley that we imagine that we'd have, but then here at the bottom you can see, like, oh, well, now there's a couple specific enemies, because it turns out that these ones sort of fell out of the generic sets that we had devised for it. And then in that function, instead of a switch, I actually on this project learned about the select node. This should really just be a select node. This whole graph just maps it to a bunch of different assets, and it's kind of gross, so I hid it here. And then it just sets the queue.
I never even saw this.
Yeah,
John,
it's not great.
Hey, Andrew, I think you started the stream off with.
Yeah,
I don't think you can complain about others.
This is at least
It's only.
all right.
He thought it's only him who is doing that. Apparently, many people have been doing that.
Yeah, like I said, there is a select. Well, it's because, like, the select node is something that's specific to UE4 editor. That sort of idea doesn't exist in C++ or anything, and so I didn't even know about it. But it's this awesome feature of Unreal that I've learned about, and now I want to use it for, like, everything. It's awesome. So then we just spawn a sound on that mouth component, and set the vocalization type here with an enum. So this is just an integer parameter in the queue. So that queue, so we have it switching here based off the vocalization set of what enemy is it, and then you saw in that notify here that this is of type vocalization type death, and so that gets passed into the vocalization type audio queue. So if we go into that Gragu, got to follow this line here over here. And if we open up this queue, then we have sort of our standardized sets of cues that are mapped to, we have our attacks up here, we have our hurt, we have our death sounds. A lot of enemies have this aggro sound, but it's not used on a him. But this is sort of just a standardized thing that, I know ahead of time. These are the sorts of things that I know that the vocalization queue needs to be capable of. And then that's all just handled. So like I said, the real point that I wanted to make here was being able to set up systems to handle that minutia for you and just make it all work to your advantage, so that when changes happen upstream, you're flexible. And if you need to make a new vocalization, then maybe doing so is as simple as adding an enumerator and a new queue and then a new entry to what should be a select node here. I do the same thing with go back to that Gragu animation. I just noticed I do the same thing here with, there's a few notify states that do the same thing. So like this, the states were used for things like rustles, which is sort of sound of clothing moving, sword whooshes. And what's cool about these states is it does very similar things, but you have an end point too. So you can, for those whooshes, the weapon whooshes, you can stop them. Like, so again, that sort of makes the engine do the work for you of, instead of having to have like a Foley asset per animation, which our game has a ton of unique animation assets. That's one of the things that makes our game like work and makes it so cool. Instead of doing that, you can, like, for these sort of more subtle sounds like clothing movement that don't necessarily need to be timed, like just sort of a subtle movement layer. Like I have like you play this wrestle audio and it caches it, and then or in the whooshes, because here it is right here, it caches these whooshes somewhere into this currently playing whooshes, and then it just fades them out when that window of here's the whoosh state ends. So you only need, a few different, you need like a couple different lengths of whooshes per enemy, and then if it has this whole mess of different animations, you don't have to create new content for it necessarily. You can sort of just use the content that you already have and have the engine tune it for you, which is a really cool thing. Now, in the vein of linear audio and being able to work with it, another thing was the level sequences. So that was actually a huge problem that we didn't foresee, because our level sequences slow down time, which is really cool. Like when you're playing the game, you walk up to the sword and it plays this VFX and the time slows down, but it's not super great for audio. We'd get all sorts of just strange behavior because we would like have, like, this is the which one is this? This is the mace cam here, and so you do this sort of thing where you'd have like these sort of cinematic sounds that are lined up to these certain points in the animation, but like if you drag this what looks like one frame to the left due to scaled time, like that might end up with a whole mess. And so we ended up doing sort of a this one shows, I think, the entrance and the exit to it, but I ended up devising sort of a system for like playing. Oh, is it not in this one? Oh, no. At least for the fade out here, it's showing. So you have this cinematic audio sequence, which is sort of attached to the triggers for these sequences. And so this, again, sort of what to do, like have it sort of decoupled from the linear sort of space that it is in the sequence. What not to do, probably there's a better way, like maybe having this live in the game instance instead of in the level itself, because right now I just had to like sort of drop this cinematic audio component in the level, which sort of you can post things to. So you sort of get a reference to it in the so you can see there's this reference to the cinematic audio trigger in the level sequences, and then when you have that reference, you can just call events to it. And so if we go in here, here's this cat. That cat is a favorite in terms of audio. But if we go in here, so we have this sort of start cutscene audio that just takes in a ton of parameters just for customizability. So they all have default values. So if you want to sort of like, in this case, start the cutscene audio, you could do something as simple as just hooking it up to this cinematic audio trigger here, and it'll play something that in a lot of times would work because it's just going to have these default values set to like, what's the audio here for the default audio, but you can override them, and it just handles a lot of that work for you. And it also has the benefit of while being in this while being triggered from this sequence, at that point, once that event is shot out, the time doesn't matter. Like what happens after frame 350 in this level sequence, like sound doesn't care about it because it's off, happy in its own world in this trigger playing on its own audio components. It knows what it's doing. It's not gonna care about anything after that.
And then compressing the audio when we got into the audio compression was affecting the audio in the sequences too.
Oh yeah, that was a whole thing. I don't even know what the fix for that was. I think that was something we had to pass over to
Shipwright. Yeah.
To C++. That became a whole thing. So and that was, again, I think that was only these guys that were in the timeline. So like the way that I've sort of tried to describe it is you have these cool tools available to you, and certain things like notifies and dropping audio tracks on sequences, like these are all really cool and powerful features that are really, really straightforward and simple to grasp. And so you see them used a lot, but often to the point of abusing them, when like not every sound needs to be in an animation timeline. In fact, that's oftentimes what you don't want. Like I've seen way too many times things not necessarily to this to this degree, where it's like a, how many seconds is this? This is some like 8-second long animation almost. But like generally speaking, if you have a frame 0 sound, then you could probably move that to someplace better. Really, like you want to be using timed sounds only if the sound is tied to an arbitrary frame. Like if there's no way of knowing when in code, when a footstep hits, or when if a dude's sheathing his sword or something along those lines, that's when animation notifies shine. I would still probably suggest not necessarily playing the sound on a specific animation unless it's something that's really just specifically tuned there. But again, you can probably shoot that stuff upstream and let the class handle it, which I think kind of goes hand in hand with what Andrew was talking about before, in terms of like not having these hard references in level blueprint. Let the actors do it. Like that sort of stuff makes the game so much more modular, so much more easy to iterate over, because that stuff is not tied to an asset, or rather it's tied to a modular character rather than frame 0 of some animation, which your animation team is likely going to swap out just because you have a frame 0 animation in it. So yeah, I think that was sort of the point that I was trying to get across here, was rely on these systems for what they are, but the more that you can make the system work for you, the better it's going to be. And that's on sound.
Is that it?
That's it. That's all I've got here.
No, I more meant is that like everything? Clearly, there's a lot more that went into producing. You're getting a lot of good comments about, or entire team, I should say. It's not all just John, even though a lot of it is. But you're getting a lot of comments of how awesome the audio was. In fact, I have a list of questions specific surrounding audio, if you don't mind answering some of them.
Sure, yeah. How many are about the cat?
Quick Control F. Okay. I see 2 mentions, but they both come from Sion Cat, which actually has a couple of questions that we're gonna.
I see. So here's sidebar. There is a lesson to be learned from that cat. So, like, if you were to compare the cat had like a sound that took about 10 minutes to make, versus like a weapon super. You spent like a week working on like a weapon super to really tune it, get this really dope animation with this cool sound that really punches and hits hard. And I don't think I've ever heard anyone mention anything about weapon audio, like ever. But I see comments about that cat like all the time. And there's like a lesson to be learned about how, we're creating art here not to get like too pretentious about it, but like this is a form of entertainment at the very least. And this product, like there's a lesson to be learned about speaking to our human natures, right? Like who doesn't want to pet a cat? Especially in quarantine. You can't leave your house. You want to pet a cat. And if you can do so in a video game, that's going to be everyone's favorite sound.
It's a longing that I feel every day from someone who's allergic to very furry beings. It's a shame not being able to
you poor guy.
hang out with them.
So did you pet the cat in the game then? Because you had a chance to do it there without Elder.
I will pet every single animal that I can come across in video games, and I'm a true follower of the Twitter channel, or the Twitter account that checks if you're able to. Can you pet the animals? Back to audio. From cats back to audio. First question comes from Riku Kitty. How are you checking the audio that should be triggered on attack collisions? What owns evaluating the material being hit, for example? Is it part of the damage calculation or separate?
I think there's a little bit in the damage calculation. So this is on the weapon impacts here. This goes back to hold on. This goes back to sword trace, doesn't it?
Oh, sword trace. I don't know who made that.
Sorry.
I should mention too, we had 3 audio designers on the project. John was responsible for most of the cleaning up the code. I should say cleaning it up and then implementing good systems and having good practices, and the other 2 were primarily producing sounds. So we have a wide array of audio that went into the project.
Yeah, that's true. Where is sword trace?
You want to show that?
Deleted it.
Well, they
We're trying to hire people here.
There it is. Well, because we have that's where you do the weapon impacts, right? That's where that's gotten from.
It may be. Yeah. I think they call the apply damage. So
they call apply damage.
And apply damage. Yeah, so the sword traces figure out, tell the thing like, hey, you just got hit. Should you be damaged? And then the thing is like, the melee hit events, server apply point damage is like, yeah, maybe I should be hit. And then kind of calls, I'm kind of like looking at it here, do I make a sound or not when I get hit?
Right. Yeah. So from the apply damage, it actually is handled very, again, generically on the character. So I found this play weapon impact audio from gameplay, as opposed to there's like some animations where like a sword hits the floor and that's handled differently. That's not handled like you don't need to figure out who that's hitting the ground, and so that sort of goes through different logic. But from gameplay, so this is what's called after the sword trace when it decides that it actually needs to be playing damage. So it gets the actor that you've hit, it stores the hit character, checks if it's the player or the enemy. In this case, we'll just assume that it's the player because that's a little simpler, but they're essentially doing the same exact thing. This is after I discovered select nodes, so you can see this is much prettier. But in this case, so we have the current weapon that the player has right here. It gets what weapon type it is. It maps that to a queue. All of the weapons actually, so the impacts are actually layered on 2 different sounds. So you have sort of a default weapon impact on an enemy, which, so we have the crypt weapon, which is the big sword. And that's going to always play the same impact, regardless of who you've hit. Right here, it spawns that sound. But we've stored the hit character here. And there we, again, grab their clothing type. So again, this is all set up like generically so that it can be swapped out easily. And so you grab their clothing type and sort of decide here, okay, well, Now we're going to map that to some integer that we're going to pass into the queue of where we spawn the weapon impact. So, and if we go in here, that should map to, oh no, that's just a plate. This number should map into a queue. I think it's probably set somewhere else. But this is what you see in the end. All of the different clothing types in terms of impacts map out to three different sort of sounds, whether that's flesh, plate, or leather. And then that armor being impacted is layered on top of the sort of generic weapon impact on enemy sound to create sort of the combination of what are you actually hitting. Does that answer the question?
It's definitely a lot of detail in regards to the question. So yes, thank you very much, John.
Sure.
Next question comes from Brahmans. They're asking, the audio is amazing. How deep? I'm not sure if how deep you wanted to go with the ambiental sound in the game. I think they're asking, how much focus did you spend on the ambience of the game?
There was a lot. Ambience refers to a few different things. So in games, you have. I'm laughing because this is one of the things that me and Andrew were talking about the what not to do part. So ambience refers to a couple things in the game. You have sort of generally what's referred to as like a 2D ambience or like the ambience track, which is like traditionally it is like a stereo wave file that if you're in Fulgrim here, it's going to play the Fulgrim 2D track, which you have maybe like birds baked into the left channel at some position at some volume, and some wind in the right ear or whatever, just throwing out examples. That's a traditional way. There are other smarter ways to handle it now in modern games where you can have like quads that are quad audio that maybe is like playing through virtual speakers around the player, or maybe you have like a cue that sort of crossfades between different sort of stereo tracks depending on rotation of the player, because one of the bad things about that 2D track is that if you turn your head, it turns with you because you have hard map that bird's in your left ear. And you can sort of get away with that a lot of times. We've been getting away with it for 20 odd years since these sort of ambient sounds were being put into games in the first place. But that's not how it works in the real world. If in the real world you're in Fulgrim and there's a bird sitting up there on a tree, then while you're in this orientation, it's going to sound like it's over there. But if you turn this way, it's going to be more left. And if you turn this way, it's going to be more right. So you can sort of handle ambience in different ways. We do none of that. We don't have even an ambience management system, which caused like a lot of problems, but that was just too late. Like we couldn't, at that point, we were so far in development that like doing an overhaul of the whole ambience system was like, no, we just need to make this work. Where is the, there was
I had some cue. It was like for the Fulgrim ambiance, and I had just taken like 30 different, sounds from like everything from like a vampire scream to like birds flapping to all that stuff. And I had them in this crazy cue that was like having them on a loop where they would, randomly come on every 10 seconds for like 2 minutes, and then it was all looped. And like it all worked great on PC only. And then as soon as we started optimizing for console, it was like the sounds were just dropping out left and right, and we were going crazy trying to figure out like why. And then like John opened this queue and he was like, "Mother of God," like what is? There were
what
so many
happened.
things like that where I'm like, was hesitating to show people stuff. Like it was going to be the Raiders of the Lost Ark scene where where the Nazis open the Ark and it's like melts their faces off. That's how I felt about Sword Trace and some of the other things. But
yeah, I found it. So the ambience is actually handled not through any sort of like specifically ambience thing. Even it's just using these music triggers. Again, there should be sort of management systems, ideally for both of these things, living either in a subsystem or the game instance. We didn't.
Well, the triggers, John.
Yes, sir.
The triggers do call a management system that starts and stops the audio when in the game mode or something. Don't show the game mode.
Let's see here. Let's go back. It is Oh no, get game in. No. You do trigger ambient effects on the music trigger, which does. Yeah.
There's a queuing system and it's super sophisticated and modern. Come on.
There it is. State of the art. There it is. You're absolutely right. It gets the game state and then sets
and it works perfectly every time.
Every single time it works.
Every time, some of the time.
So that's the first type of ambience. The second type of ambience is ambient objects in the world, which are like emitters in 3D space. So like that's a whole lot easier. You don't need to do nearly as much management for that. You sort of just take like an audio sound, you plop that on the frog blueprint. The frog hops around. It's making this ambient sound in the level. The more you can get away with that, the better, because that's dynamic. It's going to be in 3D space. You don't have to do any sort of great logic aside from like, maybe doing culling of like, we don't want it anymore. It's too far away. That's just optimization stuff. But the reason you have that sort of backup 2D ambience in the first place is because performance, because in the real world, all sound is emitted from somewhere, from these infinite objects in the world. And you obviously can't do infinite objects in Unreal or any other game engine because you don't have an infinite processor to handle all of that. So you sort of can approximate as much as you can with that 2D side and then have this 3D side that calls out, here's this object. We want this object to be associated with this sound. We want this tree to sound like birds. We want this frog to sound like a frog. We want this stream to sound like a stream, that sort of thing.
All right. Let's move on. Next question is from Stoy.deva. They're asking, any specific plugins you use for any part of the audio workflow for the project?
By plugins, if we're talking about engine plugins, then no, it's all stock Unreal. This is the whole thing is we're not using any sort of like marketplace engine plugins, project plugins, anything like that. Now, they said the whole audio workflow. So this might be like an audio producer asking about like plugins in my DAW. And at that point, like, yeah, there's a ton. Maybe like that's on the content creation side, which might be a little out of the scope, but I guess good libraries, good recording equipment, not plugins. The Fab Filter suite was used, like you can get away with just having Fab Filter. If someone is limited, I would just say buy the Fab Filter complete bundle because it's going to have all the plugins you need to create audio. It's not going to have anything that's real specific, but it's going to have everything you need. But I wouldn't even get caught up on that sort of thing. You can make most things if you have just the suite of DAW plugins. A lot of people get hung up on this cool compressor or this cool new way to process audio, but Cubase's compressor is going to work for you for 90% of things and get you 90% of the way. And sort of your skill in using these built-in plugins are going to matter way more than whether you spent $500 on some AI-driven multi-band compressor that breaks it down in all these spectral frequencies and compresses each one individually according to some algorithm that is decided.
The main Stark is asking, did you have a solution for canceling anim notify triggered sound effects?
Yeah. That's the one that we showed where we were assigning every time we played a sound via anim notify, a custom notify, we'd put it in an array, a reference to it in an array somewhere globally accessible. And then at the end, if it got interrupted, we would cancel everything in that array, just fade them all out.
Yeah. So that the better solution instead of doing that is to make your sounds short enough and modular enough that they don't have to be canceled. So if you have a rolling animation, for instance, then instead of having a sound effect that lasts 3 seconds for the entirety of that rolling duration, the right way to do it would be to maybe have an inter-roll sound effect and like a hit the ground sound effect and break it apart into all these smaller modular segments so that if that roll, I know you can't be hit out of a roll because that's sort of the point of a Souls-like game. But let's say you can, then if that roll animation is interrupted, then if these sounds are short enough, you don't need to care. You don't need to worry about that. You don't need to cache these sound effects and cancel them. That being the case, if you do need to do that, we did have a system for that. It was to handle sort of the not right way, which is exactly what Andrew said, where you have a custom notify that registered those sound effects somewhere. For in our case, it was on the character, but you could have some maybe component that does it or something. And then you would need to have, when the animation changes, like a function called on wherever that's stored that iterates through that array, or a map if you want to get more like complicated about what exactly stops, and then stops them or fades them out or something.
I guess if we wanted to make audio really expensive, we could, instead of just fading it out, we could have transitioned to a special, Foley for being canceled in the middle of an attack animation or something, right? Like you could get if you have that system, you could get pretty granular there and like, make reactive sounds to, specific branches. That would be kind of interesting. Could be kind of interesting.
Sort of like a samplers have what's called the release trigger. And you could have sort of that of like when you hit a piano note, it starts playing a sample, but then you let go of the piano note and you have the sound of the key coming up and the strings being dampened. You could do sort of a similar thing, but you're not going to need it.
Most people, it's like the brain is so overloaded already by like visual stimulation and lots of audio going on, you probably wouldn't even notice, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. If an animation is being interrupted, then its new interrupted animation is probably going to have enough sounds in it in the first place that you're not going to care about that first set of sounds coming off. It's going to all be masked by the new sounds. So we just fade them out over 0 seconds. We should have made that some smoother value.
So 0 second lerp.
Yeah, exactly. 0 second blends are
the most effective one.
That can't be right.
It's linear, a linear 0 second curve.
The designer told me to put in more lerp, so I did. There were a few more questions in regards to stopping sound effects when the sequences are playing. So sort of the cutscenes, right? Were you using the same system to pause them, or was that something that's just built in? When I should clarify, when a player decides to skip the cutscene and there's currently an audio being played.
Right. Let me
Didn't
think about that.
Francesco, did you do that, or?
I don't remember actually.
We have a cutscene component that we attach to the cutscenes, and I think it handles that case. Yeah,
Are you sure?
No. No. Anytime anybody asks me, are you sure? The answer is always no, because you're wrong. Like when.
Yeah, I'm sure about sounds. Definitely, manage a lot of stuff, but I'm not sure about sounds. I'm looking into it. Oh yeah, it does. But just
it feels so good to be right.
Yeah.
Those rare moments, right?
I
For
think
some sound effects, yes, it does. Yeah.
I'm looking. So there's that sequence trigger. I set up putting the sounds on it. I didn't set up the cancellation of the sounds, but I am noticing on that sequence trigger that plays the audio that when that is set to finished, it like destroys it just destroys the sound. So I think that's just handled natively through Unreal, that we just decided that when the sequence is over, whether it's the player canceled it or whether the game has canceled it, that it just has an on finished event, and that on finished event just goes and destroys the sound.
These are all the kind of edge cases that we handle toward the end of the project when you're grateful. You wish you had more time, right? But you are grateful you at least had what you had. You don't end up like a AAA project where it's full of a million bugs.
If only we just had the players play exactly the way that we wanted. Game dev would be so much easier.
Tutorial step 1: play the game the way that we intended it.
Tutorial step 2: go to Fogrim Tower.
Step 3: don't do that. Step 4: no, please stop.
But I mean, when you guys were talking about the optimizing stuff, it was actually funny because, like when you said that you had to optimize a lot of sounds for the console, but like there were so many similar things like in other stuff. Like for instance, in Fulgrim, we have a lot of frogs jumping around, and like they were initially made with like rigging system with bones and everything. Like not a lot of bones, but it was like still a proper rig with proper animation, and they would jump around. But then on the console, apparently it would like do a lot of not hiccups, but like it was heavy for the consoles. So we actually had to like jump in and not use their actual rigs, but turn everything into a vertex animation and like just use a shader animation essentially on the frogs. And that was like way easier to handle for the consoles. And like we would do like such small weird things like that just to like squeeze in some resources from the hardware. It was pretty granular at times. Yeah.
And the frogs don't make sounds. Like they just have, each group of frogs has like a sphere trigger near it, and when you step into it, then you get frog sounds from random locations instead of each one. Yeah,
and those ambiences too used to, like the ambiences in the levels used to be, thanks to your description of how those ambiences were made, Andrew, like a bunch of layers. And I remember as soon as we started going to console and working toward that, so many bugs about like missing sounds, and we're like, oh god, what happened? This all worked in editor, and then we found
and that actually, because those optimizations, we didn't have separate branches for console. Like those optimizations went in to every edition of the game, and we were heading right open beta. So like a few days before open beta, like half the sounds were still missing, like or not triggering, and that was pretty stressful.
Yeah, and that had to do with in large part concurrency too. Like that is one of the biggest reasons why in Unreal you need to have your stuff organized, because I talked about our sounds folder that was a nightmare. Like without getting too deep into that can of worms, we were losing sounds.
Worms can.
We were losing sounds because so Unreal has two sort of concurrencies. It has like its concurrency object. So you assign a bunch of cues or whatever to this concurrency object to say like ambience in this instance. And we know that the ambience concurrency will allow, let's say, X amount of sounds. We'll say 4 in this case. And then that all bubbles up to sort of the final gate of the Unreal concurrency, which is set like on a per console level. And so like we hit like Xbox or something when we started doing it, and it was set to like, oh, you get 16 sounds concurrently for the platform. And we're like, oh no. And the sort of prior gate of the per object concurrency was not where it should have been in terms of setup. And so without sort of a folder structure that you could go off of, if your sounds folder is set up great and you have like a character folder and then an enemy folder within it, you can sort of just click that character folder, filter it to the cues, batch edit all of those to sort of have this new concurrency. That's the way to do it. That's not the way that we did it. So the way we did it was like spend 4 days digging through the sounds folder, manually assigning sound classes and concurrencies, and hope that at the end of it you're within budget and you can hear your Fulgrim ambience once again. And also go into these sound cues, take these sounds out, put them into Nuendo, stripe them down to a single stereo track so that you're not using half your game's budget on birds and frog sounds.
We all love birds and frogs, right? But also need to run on the console. The console needs to love it too.
Yeah.
Let's have a few more audio questions, and then we're going to take a quick break if all you're cool with that, because I know the stream's going a little bit long, and then we're going to dive into some of the more generic production and some other topics that I brought up. A couple of good questions that we got. Does that sound good with all of you?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. It's all good.
Officially going to let you know that this will be the longest stream to date once we're done with that.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Also, never taken a
talked
break
slow.
before, but I feel like I need to, bio and all that. It's important to stay focused. Anyway, back to audio. Stoy.Deva asked, for audio to match the game time dilation, did you ignore the time and play or not play independently, or just switch to another cue?
For the time dilation, so these sort of had to be, if it's a sort of sound that happens over the duration of a time dilation, versus like a one-off that happens during time dilation, they're sort of handled differently. If it's like a footstep that's happening during time dilation, don't care about that. Like a footstep during a half-speed animation is going to sound the same as a footstep at 100%. You can do pitch shifting on it to handle that as well, but for the most part, you don't really need to handle that. The hard part was handling time dilation for sort of overarching sounds, like if you're pulling the sword out, like the sort of sound of the sword coming out of the wall there or something. And basically what I'd have to do, there wasn't a great way around it. Like it wasn't like that could be broken down into like a large amount of smaller segments that are added together to make this larger sequence. So I just have to like sort of take a video render of the cutscene as it was playing at this sort of intended speed by design and art, bring that new timing over into Nuendo, make the sounds timed to that timing, and then put that into the level sequence. Take that timed out cue, put that into the level sequence, have that spit that event to play cinematic audio to that cinematic audio trigger, which then again at that point it doesn't really care. It's going to play its own sound and not care about the time dilation that's happening directly in the level sequencer. But it's just going to play those timings that it sort of happens parallel to the time shifting in the level sequencer, because that time shifting is baked into the sound file.
Augusto Goncalves asked, who played the lute?
I think it's Vitaly and his brother.
Vitaly and his brother, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I had one lute cue, but I don't even know if that ended up getting in there. That was the special request by you.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think it might be in there. It's a secret, and I don't. Yeah, if it's not in there now, it will be. So
there's an Easter egg cue that I'm playing, and I don't know if I've ever actually seen it. So keep an eye out for that.
I have one too, a really terrible one.
Oh, do you?
Somewhere, yeah. It's another secret. Yeah.
So as a whole band of loudest.
So it came from primarily Vitaly and his brother, though.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive to be one of the best hard surface modelers I've ever seen, and a lute player. That's a combination you don't see too often.
Yeah, we loved it when we got the audio files from him the
Mhm.
first time. We were all just like having a great time listening to them.
Yeah. And the loot audio, I will say that is another one that's like one of the best things of audio in the game, not in terms of like, how long it took or just the quality of sound or design that went into it, but just that loot did such a good job of from the get-go teaching the player about the familiarity system. And like again, it did so in like the cat sort of a human level, like where the people want to play this thing that feels good, it sounds good, and that sort of feeds back into the design where then you can teach them a cool mechanic out of this thing that speaks to them. It's really cool. It's a really cool thing.
It was actually funny with the loot because I think when we first introduced it, and like you could play the loot and then like you throw it away and it would stay in the level.
Oh,
And
yeah.
when we were doing the beta testing, people would play them and like make piles of loots and then just running inside them and making a lot of sounds.
Right.
But that, well, like what
There
would
was
happen?
no
because
limitation on
people
the
would-
sound. Concurrency, and it would eventually like crash the game and it would just be like this overwhelming broken loot sound.
And that sound would
Yeah.
never stop. Like we watched a guy playing, like because we asked some of the players who were doing like some closed betas to record their gameplay, and like he made this pile of loots, and then they start making tons of sounds, and they would never stop. Like he's already on the other side of the maps, and he still hears all the loots playing because they like keep colliding with each other, and I keep playing. It was like painful to watch the guy just play that because those sounds would never stop, and it's always like all the loots are here, right next to him, no matter where he's on the level. It was a fun lesson for us.
Oh god, I can't believe we didn't catch that. The classic pile of loots bug.
Technically, I think you can still do it because I can't remember what you'd have to do. There is a way because loots are persistent to some degree. I think you'd have to kill the loot playing guy, go back to Sester, get the enemies to respawn, and you could keep doing that, and you could technically still make a pile of loots. It just, yeah.
Easter egg, little Easter egg here.
Yeah, we're telling everyone, please, this is how you break our game.
Maybe a new genre has been formed. Loot core.
Perfect. Yeah, just 4 loudest. All the
Um,
percussion is the sound of the player like kicking the loots across the ground, which by the way I think is probably the best sound effect in the game.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's definitely awesome.
Andrew, that one's you, right? The bam.
Yeah, I think I made it. I Frankensteined it from something. Yeah, may have even been my guitar. I don't remember. It's all the blur.
Next time we should just do a game about loots and cats, and it's gonna be
be a bigger hit.
Yeah,
You clearly found the elements that are important for the players.
yeah. We really took what was good about Mortal Shell and we refined it to its core elements
into our new game, Loot Cat.
Bob's Not Your Uncle asked, are there any learning resources you would recommend to folks starting out in audio in UE4 or wanting to learn more?
Many, tons. YouTube is going to be huge for it. If we're talking about, so there's sort of a few different kinds of sound design, like dialogue. I'm assuming he means either music or sound design or sound effects. Both have sound design in them, and they have sort of like cross a lot of knowledge that spans between them. But it's kind of like environment art and character art, of like how they're really sort of 2 separate disciplines, but the same principles can apply like blanketly across both. You just sort of use them in different ways. If we're going to be talking about music, if you type in like learn music or something on YouTube, you're going to come up with way more than you ever need to know. There's the compositional element, which I would say your best bet in starting to learn the compositional element and orchestration is going to be classical textbooks, like hands down. Even if you're doing EDM music, go pick up Kafka's Tonal Harmony and Adler's book on orchestration, and you're going to learn the foundations of what you need to know that goes across every genre of music aside from every genre of like Western music, at least. And then when you get into like more sort of current stuff, you just sort of take the knowledge that you have, throw away 90% of it, and keep the 10% that actually is relevant to what you're doing. From a production standpoint on music, there's I wish I could remember. Is it Gibson has this mixing book, but you essentially need to learn about mixing music. And mixing music, you're using the same processes that apply to sound effects sound design or music sound design or any of that, sort of in its barest form. It's sort of like the, I don't know, color theory of 3D art, that if you can learn mixing, it's going to apply to like everything downstream directly or indirectly. So I'd say that is probably your best bet in terms of music sound design. And then sort of in sound design, all sorts of synthesis books, if you need to learn about synthesis. And then all of that is going to apply to sound design. There's a lot fewer resources that I know of in terms of learning sound effects sound design, aside from just doing it and applying those principles that you know and comparing it with what someone else has done. I'm sure there are like game sound design courses out there, but I'm not familiar with them.
I would look for movies as well. I would think there's a lot of resources on how to create Foley for movies, and that applies to either, right? Especially in the aspect of recording and mixing as well, and sort of applying, and how do you generate emotions and attachment, like you were all talking about, the Loot and the Cat, to, you know, using audio to strengthen the impact of something visual. And so I think there's a lot of crossplay there, and it might be a lot more for movies than there currently are for games.
Yeah, movies are a really good reference when it comes to how do we want the final result to sound. Now, the hard part is, like, to get that result in film is an entirely different process than how you get that result in games. Because in film, you have sort of a 2D strip of film, and you have an audio track under it, and you just line a bunch of stuff in that audio track. And if someone's swinging a sword, you know 100% of the time if it's going to impact or if it's not. And you know what it's going to hit, and you know at what velocity that sword's going to be going at, and you can sort of craft the perfect sword impact for that specific frame in the film. Whereas to sort of get that result in games requires thinking about it from a whole different type of perspective, where you have to put the interactivity of that sound, that sword swing first. Of like, instead of saying this is the sound that I want, you have to just start asking like, okay, how many different types of swords can he be swinging? How fast can this sword be going? What can it be hitting? All this sort of stuff. And really sort of breaking it down into these components is going to be the best way you can do it. If you can, a great resource for learning game sound design is, if you can, go to those parts of the internet on the forums where people have like found ways to extract sound data from games. Do that and study it. Study like, oh, wow, I didn't realize that this sword swing was broken into these different components. And then just use your ears and be like, oh, it turns out that this whoosh has like this frequency in it, and it's separate from this impact, which I assumed this was one thing. And you can sort of start breaking down these systems. And then once you have the systems, the content that needs to feed into those systems becomes a lot more clear.
Thank you very much, John. This is awesome to hear you talk about this. Let's go ahead and take that quick break, and then we will be right back with you all to answer a couple more of your questions. Don't worry, we got them. I'm not going to be able to cover all of them because you have been just awesome today in regards to engagement and what you're asking about, but we'll definitely make sure to cover some of them. We will see you in just a couple of minutes. All right, we're back. Thanks for letting us take a little break. And for those of you who are just joining, we're here with the team behind Mortal Shell. We have been talking for 3 hours and 16 minutes about the game, but we still have a couple of questions to cover, so that's what we're going to do next. First up, we have another question from Riku Kitty. How did you handle playtesting and feedback during development? Did you have a structured iteration and feedback approach, or was it more loose?
We had we had tried to engage playtesters as early as we could. Even during Vertical Slice, we had surveys that we would take out and kind of to try to gauge, like at that stage, it was less granular and more like overall enjoyment of the concept. And then later on, we engaged some playtesting, like outsourced playtesting shops that would send it to a bunch of people. We did run into problems there because with a Souls-like game, it's very difficult to find members that belong to that audience. Like it's not the type of game where, anyone can just pick up and play it. So it was challenging to find the right people. And I think the right player base to be able to give feedback. And so we'd have to really comb through the feedback. And, one of the questions on our survey was like, how many of these games have you played? Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and then we'd look and we'd see, if anybody didn't check any boxes, then we'd have to take their feedback in a different, from a different lens than we would take, somebody who played them all, right? And then the open beta really gave us the best feedback.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
particularly there were some players, streamers and such, like Lethal, who would give us just like 20 pages Word docs of feedback, and it was all super on point. And so we'd have to kind of go through it and match up what we could actually do to what we thought was the highest priority out of all those feedbacks, which would benefit the most players. And input queue was kind of one of those things that we always had in mind as a feature, but weren't sure of the importance of it until we launched, and that was something that only a wider testing audience really revealed, because with the narrower ones, where we were testing only 15, 20 people, like nobody complained about that, right? And so we were like, yeah, we're good. We don't have to get into this crazy input queue with this 500 thing spreadsheet, high five, we're good. And then it was like, we're not good. We're not good.
Open beta opened our eyes on many things. I guess mostly because of that thing that Andrew mentioned, that people who actually our target audience play the game, and then they started supporting certain things that we either like were not aware of, or we thought we're fine in there, because like we play this game a lot, right? So that's something that is like super convenient for us. It might be inconvenient for other players, but we didn't see that. And the normal type of play testing, like close play testing, didn't really spot those problems. But like the beta, it definitely helped a lot to make things happen.
And players won't say, they won't tell you you need an input queue on this game, right? They'll describe the problem like, I hit the button and it's clunky, or I hit the button and nothing happened. And the timings are off, or there's like lots of things that they'll say, and we'll sort of, and that applies to all kinds of feedback, and then we'll sort of like translate that, like, what does this mean?
Yeah, that fed into I remember we redid all the weapon impacts because we got the complaint like, I can't tell that my weapons are hitting. Like, the weapons, are they hitting? And then we looked at it and we're like, oh god, no, these weapon impacts have been in here forever. These weren't even meant to be in the game. So that kicked off, like, they weren't thinking about audio at all, but you sort of had to interpret it and devise your own solutions to their problems.
And even when we did the IGN gameplay review, we had this feedback of like, nothing even happens when you hit the characters in this game. There's no hit reactions. And we're internally going like, there's hit reactions. What are they talking about? There's hit reactions. You can't stun lock every enemy in a Souls game. This is ridiculous. And then so like we like kind of powwowed about like what to do about it. And then we decided one of the things was the weapon impacts, but the other thing was like, we'll just make blood shoot out everywhere. Like how do you like it now? Like I mentioned the procedural, the procedural hit reactions that we did on bosses that would like jiggle a body part, to make it more visually obvious that there was a hit going on, even though we didn't want to stun the enemy.
Next question comes from Kevin Newman. Were there any areas where it made sense to automate testing to avoid breaking changes, or was that too costly to do? Or did your team rely mostly on setting up test areas to verify mechanics manually?
Mostly test areas to verify mechanics manually. Things that we did automated testing on were like to find rare crashes or rarer bugs. Then we would set up some automated scripts to just kind of like do actions over and over again until it would happen and log the results. But yeah, I think with like test-driven design in video games, difficult problem to crack.
Next question comes from Daniel Tapia. They're wondering, how big was the team that created the game?
So we say 15 people. I think in the credits there's 50 something odd people. But the size of the team really varied between kind of this core 15 and scaled up with contractors for everything from 2D art that we were doing or low poly models, and then there was the whole team at the publisher. So a lot of people touched the project from start to finish, but we kind of estimate the core team throughout is around 15 people.
And sometimes it's like a bit hard to say how many exactly have been on the project, because like we had a certain amount of people who are like at the core, let's say like 8-10 people who like do this full time, but then like our almost whole animation team was doing this part time. So it like they weren't working on this 40 hours a week. It was less than that, because like it was mostly contractors who had some other gigs too, and they would spend, I don't know, 2 days a week, for instance, for Mortal Shell, and then the rest of the week on something else. And like if we look at it as a pure number, let's say we had like 7 animators, but none of them actually was working on the project 40 hours a week. It would be less. So like if we try to summarize that, if we think of full-time people, it would probably be like 2 full-time people instead of 7 part-time. And many, like some other people would join the project just to do one specific thing for like 2 weeks. I don't know, to draw some icon or something like this, and then that's it. Like nothing else is needed from them. So even though the list looks like bigger than 15, many of those people were like either short time on the project or they would be working part time throughout the whole project. So yeah, like 15 is a good estimate of what would be the full time size of the team.
Next question comes from Cyrex. They're curious, what about the size of the actual game? How did you manage to keep the size of the final game so low?
That's pretty funny. Actually, there's kind of a funny story there, because
Well,
they know what story I'm going to tell.
Yeah.
We had this conversation before we launched. Like, is our disk size too small?
Yeah.
It didn't seem like for the length of the game, right? Like for the duration of playtime and the quality of the content, like it does seem really small. And I think it's it's largely just due to the size of the game is would be scales with the size of the textures, and we've optimized them pretty aggressively in order to be able to get it to play on the base consoles. And that's when, because on our on our source version of it, it's like 50 or 60 gigabytes, right? So when we cook the game, we cook a lot of those textures down, which just reduces the size dramatically, because that's really the only assets that, and we also compress the animations, like, so there's a lot of compression going on there that make the.
But it was funny. It was a funny conversation internally for sure, because when we looked at the final size of the game, we were like, wow, people are gonna think it's a scam. Like, it's just, what is it like? It's too small.
Right.
It can't be a real game. And we believe, like, can we make it bigger, or at least like look bigger somehow?
Yeah. Can
So
we
it
like,
doesn't look like a
yeah.
game, you know?
We were talking to the porting team about like, can we just put like a file in there that's huge, and we'll like, make it look like a regular, reasonable size game? And they're like, please. And our community manager's like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. They're gonna find out, and they're gonna you're gonna be the laughing stock of the internet. And that's when we were saying, like, people will be making fun of us for our disk size, and yeah, it was a whole thing.
Sounds like a good problem to have, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think you needed a 10 gigabyte like encrypted video Easter egg.
I was advocating for inflating it. Like, they'll never find out. They'll never know.
Well, see, if it's an Easter egg, then when they do find out, it's a positive thing, not a negative thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure. We'll go with that.
The next question comes from Ovi, and another follow-up in the similar vein from the main Stark. What would you say was the biggest challenge during the development of Mortal Shell?
Biggest
challenge. The whole, other than just the whole thing.
Shipping? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, managing a distributed team, with members kind of all over the world, all of the different time zones. Like, it seemed pretty daunting at first, but through magic of tools like Discord and kind of these, we would do these videos every month where each department, like design or gameplay and design, animation, and environment art and character art, we'd each produce a video monthly, and we'd send that to the whole team, and so that everyone could kind of feel the progress of the project, as well as kind of have the vision of what the big picture looked like. And I think that was really helpful in kind of overcoming the fact that we weren't all centralized in one location and couldn't just walk over to one another's desks.
I guess from my perspective, another thing was like just finding people to work with, like the right people to work with, because especially as a team that nobody knows about, and with unknown project also, like when you try to find somebody like an animator or like some technical artist or chorus or anybody, like people would look pretty skeptical because they don't know what the company does, and like, is the project is going to be cool enough and whatnot. So just hard to find people to work with. And then sometimes, let's say for animators, we had an issue like when we would send a test for them to pass before we like continue the conversation, and many of them would fail the test, but somehow they would be totally awesome when you actually give them the real task. And there was like some eye-opening thing for us. And then we even stopped like sending the animation test to them because it just wouldn't make sense. So we just send the task, like the actual task from the game, and they would do that one, and then we can judge like if we were going to continue working with them or not. But it's like some kind of mental block for people sometimes. But like when you send them something that is not going to be used in game, they don't do it with the same quality level as when something that is going to be used in game if it's done right. And we had to like educate ourselves on like how to even judge people, like judge the work that the people do, right? So it was quite a challenge, at least at the beginning. Like once we hired some people, then they started to talk to their friends and whatnot, and then it was easier to find resources there. But hiring people at the beginning was kind of tough.
And in my case, I think the challenges have been several, because like I had to work on like different things, and quite the majority it was the first time for me working on them, and also Mortal Shell is my first game project that has been developed also for consoles too. So together with Andrew, I had to learn like so many new things. I can't even remember everything we have done together. And but yeah, I also had a lot of fun working on all these new things, and all the like the project is so heavy on animations, and that was the first time for me uh, working on a game like this one with this production value. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Do you want to chime in, John?
Yeah, sure. I think from my perspective, because I wasn't part of, I assume Andrew and Anton's are much more difficult, but I didn't have to hire anyone, so that's great. But I think from my perspective, the most difficult part was matching the reality of the development of this project with the expectation of what the game was going to be. Because, like, if you look at this game, the expectation is it's beautiful. We have this awesome art team. They did a super good job of making this really great looking game that, you know, people are going to see this and immediately they're going to compare it to a FromSoft game, right? It looks great. It plays great. It's a great game. But the reality of the situation is it's a small team. There's, you know, we don't have the resources that FromSoft is going to have to develop Bloodborne or whatever. And so, like, trying to balance from an audio perspective of like, okay, if this was the perfect situation, here's the systems and content and the stuff that we would do to make this the best game possible under the ideal circumstances. And then sort of tempering that with the reality of like, well, FromSoft sound team is how many people? And I don't have a budget to hire that extra makeup of resources of people and time. So how do we get the best possible middle ground between what we can actually do and what we think the game can be at its best possible form?
It's actually a good point because it applies to pretty much everything. All the departments like animation, environment art, lighting, coding. Literally everybody was in this type of situation where like we know what we want to do and like we have certain quality bar that we wouldn't go below, but we don't have budgets to actually support that quality bar with just a brute force. So we have to be smart about how we allocate our resources to be able to have what we want to have in game, but don't die making it. You know, so it's very very good point. Yeah, again.
Thanks for all of the insights. I'm sure there are a lot of thoughts and memories that comes to mind when you start asking these kind of questions. Which leads us into next question from Mamarukin. What inspired you to make Mortal Shell?
I mean, we've been. I don't think it was like even a question for us, right? Because we all have been playing that type of games. We all love them, and when we were choosing, like, we just wanted to do a game that we would play ourselves first of all, and hopefully other people will like it too. And because every like each and every of us, they like will love those Souls-like games, but each of us prefers like certain aspects of those games. I guess that helped us to come out with like approach that we could make a small experience of that type that would have a broader appeal within the Souls-like community. Because, like, for instance, Vitaly loves playing with big swords and heavier, like, armored characters, and I like playing with lighter characters and dual wield weapons. And Andrew loves something else entirely within the genre, right?
Naked
And
dude with a huge sword.
Yeah. So we would like. It was never a question what type of game to do and why we want to do this game. It was just synergy between everybody, and then because we all love different aspects of those games, we've been able to come up and like put all of that into this one small experience, and turned out pretty well by the end because of that, I think.
All right. Gonna continue here. I have so many questions that I'm trying to pick between. It's difficult. There are a lot of good questions. I'm gonna make sure to send them to.
Oh, sorry. I sent you a question in the Discord.
Send me a question?
It's not a Q&A thing. I just wanted to draw your attention for a second.
Yeah. We might be able to do that actually. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Okay, so Vitaly wanted to join, which is impromptu. We can actually have that happen. So why don't we go ahead and invite him? I would love to see him here.
Do you have his Discord, or should I?
No, but send this link to him.
Okay.
And then he'll be able to join. And then here, Houston in the back end, can we go ahead and just quickly switch to a different scene? We can continue to talk if that works. I just know that we're going to need to... you know what? Actually, we can go ahead and... I think everything will work just fine. Because he'll join where we have the...
We'll keep going while he figures that out, or while he and...
yeah, we're yes, I believe we can do that while Vitaly's joining here.
Okay, cool.
Getting some things in order while we're live, but I'd much rather have him join them, and then we can figure out the rest of the stuff in the back end.
Are we not live anymore?
We are still live.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, and then if we can get Vitaly to turn on his camera, he will show up on the stream.
Hello,
hey.
everyone. How's everyone doing? Hey. Sweet, awesome to join. How's everyone doing today?
Great.
So good.
Awesome. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us here, impromptu. I love this. I always thought of this might happen. You know, someone's like, "Hey, I can actually answer this question. Like, can I just join the call?" Yeah, of course. It's just like any other call. It's great to have you here, Vitaly.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, sorry I couldn't join sooner. It's only joined halfway. It's an awesome stream so far. So keep going.
All right.
But the stream is going, or because like I don't see anything, right? The stream is like it's on an audio, right? Or it's still going.
Correct. So we cut out the screen share back to you guys, so they can see what we're doing. We can still, if there's something you want to go into detail, we can still spin that up. But
got it.
Yeah, we're still live, so you just got to trust me now.
All right.
Okay. What's the current Twitch? I just checked Twitch. Looks like it's there. Seen some comments about the swords. Yeah, not enough swords. I agree. There's never enough swords.
Next question comes from Potion Dweller. In regards to level and map design, did you guys use pretty much a vanilla editor for UE4, or were there any particularly useful plugins or custom C++ in-house developed or potentially editor utility widgets used?
No, not much. Like I think it was just Unreal Engine. In fact, I still have the very first iteration of Fulgrim. I can probably show it if we can show my screen. But,
yeah, we can get the screen share. We can show your screen. I just won't be able to show you that back to the other people on the call.
Okay, yeah, but
yeah, let's go
I can open it up.
Does it still have the super duper long tunnel, or was that later?
Let's see. Maybe we'll see it.
You better have the tunnel, dude. The 20-minute long tunnel.
The first. I think I have it open. This one opens really fast. Is it visible?
Sorry, Anton. Yes, we can see you.
Okay, so yeah, this is the very, very first iteration of Fulgrim. No plugins here, just engine. And yeah, as you can see, this is like the birthplace you get out of. Massive landscape. Then we have our tower with the prisoner And then we have like different entrances to different levels. Like this is the Temple of Ash. Then there is like crypt in here. Hope it's visible. Maybe I can make the fog less dense so people can see it better. Okay, yeah. And this is a small prototype of the campfire where the brigands sit, and the spooky tree that I think Villery made that one, right? At the first.
Spooky tree,
yeah. And then entrance to the cathedral. So yeah, this was how it started.
Ship it, looks perfect.
Yeah. But yeah, like answering the question, no, nothing fancy, just vanilla Unreal Engine with all the awesome toolset that they provide with that.
I remember I think we did like timed how long it takes to run to each level, and then it was like, oh, it's too small, let's make it bigger. And then when we actually started like arting out the scenes, it turned out to be like takes like 10x more times. Like, oh, that's a little too long, so I had to shorten it. So I found back and
if
forth.
I can play this.
People say, is this Death Stranding?
Oh, I need to disable the messages.
People comment on bats that it's going to be a nasty enemy, but the visual factor was good anyways. Yeah. They were called like a Christmas tree decorations, and Anton made these cool animations when they like twitch their heads, and it's cool.
Yeah, it was fun, but yeah. Oh, I think there was even another version of that when we actually started to art it out a little bit, but it was still going through some iterations. Yeah, I think it's like one of the versions of the trees that were way too heavy to be shipped on anything really. But this is still like blocked out. Maybe I can again make the fog a little bit less dense. Yeah. So we would still have like this just block out of the tower, and then there is the cave where Grisha lives, as you see, just all made from BSP. And then like this area is a bit more arted out than other areas because we started from the birthplace, essentially. I think like here is, yeah. So you can see like this actually is still in the game. And this is probably the tunnel, the really long one that I think Andrew made this one actually. goes really deep into the.
That's the one.
That's the one. That's the iconic one. That when I think we sent it to the publisher, they thought we're not serious about it. I mean, we're not, but we were.
Even I thought Andrew is not serious about it. Like, look at this. It goes so deep, you can't even see where it ends. Like, it's just.
Yeah, I was so on board. There was this whole theory how this 20-minute long crawl would be like how you decompress from all this noisy life, how people like this this attention deficit, and people like checking this social media and everything. So this 20 minutes is what it takes to really detach from the society and everything. I was super on board with that.
Yeah, and to enter the other world,
Yes.
right, and to become familiar with the atmosphere.
When they were playing,
not everybody likes that kind of dream.
I think when we started this, we didn't have like a tutorial level at all. So like you would start in that tunnel deep over there without any hints of what to do and how to attack and whatnot. So it was a different type of different times when we had all this.
Mm-hmm. I think this is the time where I think when we did like first few trees, and they're so dense. I think each tree is like 500,000 polygons that you obviously can have a forest with them. But I think this is where we like look at some of the references. I think Anton found this in like Washington State, this evergreen forest, they're like really dark, and the greens are really deep, and they're both like dark, but the saturation is really high. So we tried to kind of replicate that. I thought like would be really cool to make it feel like both scary but also kind of captivating and inviting. Like you can't really resist not like going into this kind of forest. So that was very, very cool time.
Yep. Well, I hope we answered the question.
It was fairly straightforward. It was a vanilla editor, and then here's how we did some of the work. So that's great. I think everyone, I think I speak for everyone when just being able to see a game, behind the scenes in the same editor that you can go download and use and learn to develop. You get inspired from the game, and now you're allowed to see the tools that were used to build it. That's sort of a next level of inspiration. It shows you that this is possible for everyone to do as long as you put your mind, time, and a bit of effort into it. And without sort of removing that curtain, it can seem like so much more daunting. I'm not going to say that game development is easy, because it is definitely not. But there's a level of that magic that exists when you play a game, and it's easy to think that this is made by magicians, it's impossible for me. And so removing that curtain and showing everyone what kind of problems we had, and all the same things that we're all experiencing when we're working on games and other forms of interactive media. So I don't want to say
it's always. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just wanted to reiterate on that to me it's always when you think of we're describing everything that went into the game, and it might look crazy and impossible, but to me it was always just moving forward without thinking too much, because you know what you want to do, you set your goals or whatever you want to achieve in a certain amount of time. You take the big task, break it down by smaller, make smaller chunks of it and approach it one by one without thinking the whole picture globally, how many things you'll have to do in a year to have your goal accomplished. Because if you at least in my case, when I start thinking about everything that has to be done, I just get depressed and sad. So I would rather just break it down into smaller chunks and do those smaller chunks one by one and just keep going until it's done. And that's pretty much it. Not to think too much about these global complex problems that you might end up facing. And
100% agree on that. It's important to, I think this is one of the questions that we get asked a lot, especially I think when even before the game was shipped, when we released the first trailer, we got a lot of those questions like this from art community too, on digital art side of things. We're like, how do you even start? And the most sort of the complete answer to this is just to start. It's the most important thing is just to get going. And with Unreal Engine, it's available. All the tools are, the documentation. There's so much out there that it doesn't really matter from which point of canvas you start to complete the puzzle. As long as you get on this puzzle today and you stay at it, you stay consistent, and you try to find the like-minded people. I think so for us, it was crucial, that complexity that we're looking right now. I think earlier when John and Francesco were showing some of the stuff, I was like, wow, I actually wasn't aware of that. That's kind of incredible.
Yeah,
what they did there. Yeah. It was really, really impressive. And that just makes you appreciate how much really goes into making a game. It's so much. But when you're in the trenches, it's really daunting trying to think of that stuff at once. It's just as Anton said, you might just get depressed to think how much you have to do. So as long as you sort of try to eat an elephant, one bite at a time, and approach is sort of compartmentalized each problem that you have, and really partner up with people, as much of a diverse team as you can. So that way you can attack complex problems from your areas of expertise. I think this is really the key, and stay at it. So yeah, for sure. People say, elephants. Yeah. don't eat elephants. That was metaphorical. I love elephants.
Thank you all. Let's move along here. Let's see. That's Unreal asked, how did you guys build up the combat and combo system? Are you using different techniques or traditional ones? How does it work under the hood? Your combat has a good and smooth flow to it.
Yeah, so it took a lot of iteration and all the way through after the open beta to get to a place where it felt really smooth, and there was a lot of back and forth between design, programming, and animation. It was really a team effort to get it to feel as good as it does. There's some, we rely heavily on the animation montage blending system and using a lot of notifies and kind of harnessing the power of Unreal's animation system and the complexity there in order to make sure everything feels right.
It's like a lot of iteration for sure all the time, because like we've been working on combat pretty much throughout the entire game, and even after it like was almost done, we were still tweaking it. And I think one of the key components was to start with making sure that each individual animation, attack animation in particular, feels really good. Like you feel the weight of the weapon, you feel the momentum. It's like explosive enough for the content you're trying to do. And then it's a lot of tweaking, like when one animation can blend into another animation. Like what happens if you don't blend? Like what happens if you like roll from an animation? And roll is like another huge aspect of what makes the combat feel good, because it's essential for this type of a genre, right? And it's not just like animation of a roll. Andrew did like tons of work to make it feel really good. And then on top of what Andrew did, like we spent a lot of time redoing the roll animation, retweaking it. Like I think I did at least 3 to 4 like versions of the roll, and all our animators were like also working on that too. But like they would do the animation of roll, for instance, and then we tried in game, and it's not quite working as we would imagine it would. So then I would like go in and change the animation and tweak small things here and there to make sure it feels good. And then once it feels good, then we like go on from there. But basically, yeah, it's I don't know if you can do any of this right from the get-go. Like you just start from something, and then you see how it feels and how it if it works or not, and then you start tweaking one by one. And like I guess what can get complicated is like when you have a lot of things already that needs to be tweaked, it becomes frustrating. What exactly, like you play in the game, you do attacks, so you roll, and you feel that something is off, but because there are so many things already on top of each other, it's hard for you to say what exactly is off. And this is when like you take the whole system that you have, and you like go to the basic element. Like let's say you feel that the roll doesn't work quite well, we'll look at the animation first and make sure the animation feels really good. Then if animation feels really good, we go into the actual system that does the role, like let's say with Andrew, right? And we see like maybe we need to speed it up, maybe we need to change the direction a little bit. So like because it's just easier to approach things one by one rather than looking at the whole system and like try to change and shuffle things around, because it just gets more frustrating and then you don't know what to touch at all.
On top of that, like in terms of the sorry, dude, just while we're on topic, like in terms of the final feeling, because people say like, oh, it feels that. I think that the final feeling is really the combination of all the things. Even if let's say you would see, let's say, Mortal Shell, I think in beta, the combat, like some of the animations that really didn't change much by the end, but then because at the end it was, I think John made like a new sounds for them, and then we changed the effects. Like a lot of things in terms of the final feeling, it's just all about everything. And it's hard to really deconstruct which one thing might make the thing click. Like underneath it all, like obviously like the secret sauce was Andrew's combat system. Like that was like the foundation. And on top of that, like you need a strong foundation to build a nice looking house. But then once you have it, to make that house, feel cozy and comfortable, you need to add things on top. And that might be as a matter of like really like, oh wow, the blood needs to be a little bit like faster, it needs to be a little bit like bigger and more saturated, and then disappear. The sound need to have a little bit of like reverb on like the zingy on the metal things. Like it's all about like that final feeling is this level of complexity, but also it feeling right. And that was, I think, collectively for the team like a big discovery, how at the end like to sort of really cross the line when it feels good. It's really like everybody need to sort of show up and do their best work across multiple departments. So that was quite something, quite a journey.
Yeah, and talking and the roll and the dash were definitely some of those things where everybody had to show up. I think I remember us all watching. We'd recorded videos of dashes and rolls from other games, and we were watching those things like frame by frame, sort of discovering hidden elements that you don't experience as a player. But when you really look at it from all these different angles, you'll see like the kind of vectors that those rolls are going off don't necessarily make sense for the real world, but in terms of promoting the gameplay feel, it changes a lot, right? So we were, oh wow, can you believe they actually did that in that game? I never noticed that, right? And so we'd kind of try to incorporate that. And in the end, I still am not happy with the roll. It like reached an acceptable level for shipping, but like, it still didn't fulfill the exact kind of vision that we had for it. And I think there's a lot of areas all across the game where we could see where we would have liked to improve.
Next game, Andrew. Next game.
I know. At some point, you just have to be like, okay.
That's one of the parts of the process too, right? Like at some point, you have to bring it to some level that it can be shipped with, but then you have to let it go because you have like 10 other things that you need to look at, and like you can't really focus on this one thing for the entire project because
at some point you start to lose it too. Like the three of us, Vitaly, Anton, and I were all on a call together trying to work on, I think it was the movement speed of the character. Yeah. And we were going back and forth for 45 minutes like, oh, I think this is better. I think, oh, dude, that's so much better when we lowered it to like 0.01, right? And in the end, I discovered that it wasn't even hooked up. Like it wasn't changing the speed at all.
Like, we got so like looking into it that you look at it from a mid point of view, it already feels faster. It was still like hundreds of percents of like speed of movement, like the micro delay. So like, yeah, this is better. No, I think the fourth version was really looked good. Like let's go back. And then like I think an hour after the call, you're like, oh, dudes, the note wasn't hooked up. I was like, oh my god.
But all of us were convinced we were changing it. Like we saw it. It was like this crazy, psychosis, or maybe I don't know if that's the right word. Probably not.
Yeah, I think in general, like I feel like that one of those things was like there's never enough time to do everything, but there's always enough time to like do the most important thing. And this is where the power of like the good team is, where it helps to collectively identify what's critical. Because I think it's easy to miss, like to have a blind spot. Like I just like have a total headless bias for art, and I might not notice, let's say, what Anton's going to see in animation, or Andrew's going to see in like game design. And this is like a thing that we sort of help to balance like on the team each other. Like basically, any idea, if it brings up an issue to a light, where like, oh, actually, this is a big freaking deal here. Like if we don't fix this, helps to really prioritize, because at the end of the day, it has to be the game that you play and it's fun and it's working, right? So this is how I think like it helps to make the decisions that sometimes are difficult, but they're necessary. And at the end of the day, like that kind of helps the game big time. So.
Mm-hmm.
Next question, I think, might be our last one, because we're coming up on the 4th hour. I'm sorry, Vitaly. He had
it's cool.
Actually, cool. You know what? No, I got 2 more, because I saved one specifically that was asked for you. So,
oh wow, all right.
So that's actually, cool. I'm gonna get to that one. For Vitaly, how much did you use Z remesher or decimation master during the prototyping phase, or did you use it at all? Thanks.
Oh, we use it actually. Both Anton and I, we did use it most on environment pieces and props. In fact, I think we ended up even using it for the final models that we ship for some of the like statues and things like that, because it's just fast. And then you just do a little bit of cleanup, but we never use this for characters. That's the thing. Like, and I think the reason why we never had to do this for characters, because both Dmitry and I, the way we do characters, we design them in 3D. And once we have like a 3D block out, we know what design is going to be. We can sort of take that leap of faith with confidence, because we've just been doing this stuff for 15 years. We know this kind of look is going to work. And you can't really do, zero measure or things like that for characters, because the G was too heavy, too dense, and just not going to really work in Unreal. But for environments, we totally do it. Yeah.
For characters, it wouldn't even make a lot of sense in terms of how the joints will work, like in a rig, because characters, like, they have to bend the elbows, the knees, and like all sorts of deformations, and it just wouldn't work in the right way. But for environments, because apart from like Vitaly and Dmitry helping with some of the props, there was for the whole environment team was two people basically, me and Ben from Upsurge Studios, and like we just didn't have time to do proper low polys everywhere, and we just ended up using zero measure and decimation a lot, and like there is no crime in doing that really, as long as it works, it serves the purpose. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I was even skeptical about this at first, and then Anton and I, we did like a series of tests. and we used like Zero Mesher, we used Houdini, and then we did like, okay, let's try go a little bit more hardcore on Unreal LEDs. And actually, LEDs in Unreal worked really freaking awesome.
Yep.
So kudos whoever an Epic side developed that system. I was really impressed because like the last time where like I had to do like LEDs like this in games were like 10 years ago, and that was always like a pain. So I kind of like skipped quite a few steps in evolution of that automation process. And when we did those tests, I remember when we had like 150 brigands staying in room, like the heavy brigand, and then it went from like being I think like 20 FPS to like 120 just by like with a single click on LEDs and Unreal. And I was like, wow, okay, the future is now. It's a good time to make game. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, there was another question in regards to whether you use the auto LED tool in Unreal and if you were right on that.
Yeah, I approve LED system on Unreal Engine. It's awesome.
Yeah, even in the first iteration, I was quite surprised how easy it was. I don't have to leave editor. It's just percentage apply. Oh, there it is. All right, ship it.
Now you can edit meshes, right? In new version of Unreal, like you can legit edit the mesh in the engine, which is awesome. Like this is or like deform it or bend it or twist it. Like I was dreaming about that stuff, and now it's in there, which is really, really cool.
Stay tuned for more.
For
more news on that one.
Nice.
Can't wait.
Last question comes from Bob's Not Your Uncle, and they're asking all of you. Feel free to respond. What is your go-to if and when you are struggling to resolve an issue or gain inspiration or combat burnout? How do you solve these issues and support each other?
We just drink together.
Bonfire.
Actually, that's very true. Like with not so long ago. I mean, in the pre-COVID world, we would do this more often. Now, like we're sort of trying to move together in the same area to do this actually without having to fly or anything like this. But yeah, that's the way. That getting together outside of work is really good for your soul, for the company, for the team spirit, and just because we ended up whenever we get together, we ended up still talking about projects and work. So it's still productive, but there is the physicality of it just being shot. I think really helps to do that. But I don't know if you guys want to add. There's so many ways you can approach this because on the daily basis, when you can't really do this, I think just staying in touch is really important. Like we started as a distributed team, and we knew this would be an issue, so we sort of started with like this culture on Discord where like I think none of us even used emojis before we started doing that. It was like, oh, that's what. Like, oh, serious people don't do that or whatever, and then we just like now we're like, I think Andrews has this caption somewhere like 90% made of memes because it really helps to communicate in a lot of ways and keep the atmosphere light and productive, and that way when we attack like a complex problem, it's never really like it's trying to keep it like positive and fun and to support each other. So yeah, we support each other with beers and memes, basically. That's the short answer.
Yeah, memes are critical.
There've been a few things there, right? Because one of the things would be that, like, if I'm struggling with something or trying to find inspiration for something, like, Virili would post something really cool. Like, he was like, I just did this for the project, take a look. And then they would, like, make me inspired, and or maybe it will give me some ideas for whatever I'm struggling with. And then I'll be doing something, or like Andrew posts something cool about, like, what he did with the combat, for instance. And that would and every now and then somebody would do something like this that would keep you inspired and like want to keep going too. Or like other thing that Andrew mentioned before, that we would like do these monthly milestone videos that even like if everybody is distributed, everybody can see that the game is progressing, that their work is being used on a project, and they can see where and how it's used, even though like they might not have the actual project that they work on, but they see that like, okay, this animation is in game now and I can see it, and it's like super cool. And that always keeps people motivated about it. It definitely helps to make them see the value in their work, and it helped us too, in a way. And yeah, of course, like hanging out together from time to time, or like sometimes when there is a problem that is completely like frustrating you, we would try to, especially like if something gameplay related, for instance, or combat related, we would just like all get on a call and try to deconstruct that problem. Like Andrew would, let's say something that he can't figure out some stuff, and like me or Vitaly, we're not coders, but we would just get on a call and start looking like what exactly is not filled off. And then we would just like start suggesting, okay, let's look at this, like let's go to the basics of it and see how it's done there. And even though like it's not direct coding help, but at least it like sometimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, but sometimes I think Andrew was like looking at it from a different angle, and he was like, oh, maybe like I can try this and then it's gonna work. Or it was just giving him ideas of like what could be wrong there, like what to look at least, you know.
For sure, yeah. And I think having faith that you'll eventually, solve the problems and move on to the next problem is important too. Because sometimes it will feel like you'll be stuck on something forever, right? And maybe you even want to feel like blaming the engine, but you'll eventually overcome all of it if you keep trying, hard enough and smart enough, and reaching out to enough people. Like everything can be overcome. So that's one of the beauties of having like an open source engine, even, right? So if it comes to that, I don't think we didn't have to do too many modifications to the source in the end, but anything is possible, right?
Yeah, in terms of just to
while
what Anton mentioned about earlier, that how sort of the synergy, I think that's really critical for in terms of like helping and preventing burning out, because I feel like burnouts usually happen when whatever you're making or you're working on is like you feel like it's either not going to work, or let's say it's not really going to be in the end of the game. Like there's a sort of, you feel like there is a chance of that not being used or anything. So I think like the way we sort of build the work, and especially with Unreal Engine, is like you don't have to be you don't have to be a programmer to do some code with blueprints, and you don't have to be an artist to use art asset to make something pretty and communicate that idea. So I think that helps really to bridge the gaps between people with different backgrounds and fields. And in terms of the synergy and preventing sort of the burnouts is the sort of the +1 philosophy that we'd always have. Like somebody comes up with an idea that's cool and it can work on itself. Like I think this is even how the loot started. Eventually it was like, oh, I just gonna model this loot and put it next to the campfire so people can see, the brigands play the loot. And Anton's like, oh, we're gonna have an animation. So I'm wondering, you're gonna play the loot. I was like, oh, we have animation now. I'm gonna ask my brother if he want to record some loot music. And they ended up with having like this one loot that's really cool and shitty. And the shitty one I recorded myself, and the good one my brother did. And then it was like, oh, we have this one. Now we have a familiarity system for the loot that if you play it more, and then Andrew did this thing where like if you play it next to the brigand and then it all stinks. So like it ended up becoming like this thing where it really gives the soul to the game. And like there's a lot of things like that in games. There were never milestones, that we were never obligated to do this for the publisher, or on paper it was never something like we had to do this. It's just something we did because we love it. So I think at the end of the day, the best way to prevent those kind of things is do the things you love doing with people you enjoy in doing that. And like Unreal Engine at this state is that really facilitates that creative spirit and creative freedom where multiple people with different backgrounds can do that. And I know I only use this example right now, like between the three of us, but that goes to the same team, same with Francesco and John and everybody else on the team who's not on the call right now. Like it's really crucial to keep it fun and healthy and really just enjoy the process. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to add that it's something that you also learn with time, that problems can be overcome. The more you do that, the more you build that confidence of knowing that all problems can be solved. And that's not something that you can just tell yourself immediately. You have to overcome them over and over and over. And some are going to be small, some are going to be large, but ultimately all of them can be overcome. I said that was the last question, but I do have another one from Hex Knight that I wanted to ask you all. If I can find it again. My dog's starting to get pretty long here. So the question goes, have you seen the latest article about game devs hating implementing doors? Did you run into any issues with them in Mortal Shell?
Yes. The meme I sent, that's the one I sent a few days ago with the doors.
Yeah. I bet it is that one.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Well, we put torches on them so the players don't skip them. Yeah.
But I mean, doors was a problem, right? Like first time we introduced it, then we thought like, oh, so now it's gonna be animation implemented.
Oh,
with
right.
The doors. Like,
yeah. So then,
like,
yeah,
it's been the whole thing that I don't think we actually did anything with the doors by the end, because we just opened them without any animation, because we spent all the resources doing the animation for the cat and cinematics.
All of our doors open as if by magic, right? Like that's how we dealt with that problem. We were just like, well, or lots of times, and doors is a good one, but a lot of times we just said, oh, we're going to fade to black for this animation, or we're going to, we're going to make this sound only or something, right? And that's how we dealt with the metaphorical door problem of anything that you add into the game needs every single department to be, involved in it, right?
It's kind of interesting when we talk about this now, because we totally didn't do any animations for the doors, but we sure found resources to make the loot animation, and then we sure found resources to make the cat animation and the whole cinematic about the cat and everything to make it super experience, but no door animations because it's too resourceful. We can't do that.
Well, I think it was a smart investment, though. Imagine an article about the door. You can't pet the door. You can't play the door.
Yeah, that's true.
Next time we'll make a door cat. A cat door, yeah.
Cat doors, yeah.
Oh boy.
Marvel Shell doors update.
Doors Shell 2. The door shells.
Andrew, Anton, Francesco, John, and Vitaly joining at the end. Thank you so much for coming on the stream today and talking to all of us about the development of the game. Chat, please give it up for today's guests and them sticking around, trying to respond to as many of your questions as possible. On my end, it's been a pleasure. I'm really glad we were able to put this together, Andrew. And I hope that I might be able to see you sometime again in the future on the stream, because it seems that y'all have a really good dynamic going on. You clearly are able to ship awesome games, and so I'm looking forward to see what might come out of Cold Symmetry in the future. Normally, I do a long outro spiel here. I'm going to skip that for today, but I do want to let you all know that next week we're going to have Andrea Suka back on the stream, and we're going to cover how you can add juice to your game. So we'll be digging into a little bit of the built-in features in Unreal Engine that allows you to make your game feel a little bit juicier. Seeing all the thanks here, let's keep it going for just a couple of seconds. I did wanted to just give Vitaly the opportunity, if there was something specific that you wanted to tell chat before we are signing off today.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Well, we weren't prepared for you either, so
I wasn't planning to join, but then it's like, oh wow, there's a whole conference of Mortal Shell. I want to jump in and see what's going on there. In general, it's just really, I think, like looking back at the production and also just the questions we get asked a lot is that don't overthink it. Start doing something. There are tools out there. There are people like you who want to do things like you'd want to do. So do that. Focus on getting stuff done, and the plan will formulate itself. Like you need to plan, but you need to execute the plan too, and that's more important. So I think if there is a message there to be said, is that because I've tried to make a game by myself before Mortal Shell, and Andrew tried, and Anton did, and I think Francesco even actually did one. He might even be the only one who actually shipped one by himself, if I'm not mistaken. But
that's right.
I think the team is really where the magic happens. And I think like a lot of times where we would see something magical would happen like this, where you just like, wow, this is totally unexpected and this is totally cool, is the team synergy. So if I'd say like, don't look for employees, look for partners, and try to build like, good lasting relationship with people you work with. Because games are freaking hard to make. And even with amazing tech like Unreal Engine, they're still hard on the creative side, on just systemic sort of analytical side of things, or building a system. So invest in that. That's it for me.
Just adding on to that a little bit, that you for sure have to be open-minded and flexible enough to be able to team up with other people.
100%, yes.
What I noticed, everybody wants to do like his own version of the game, and if it's not that, then there is nothing. And that's just not gonna go too far. If with that mindset, like you can't really unless you really just hire people and pay them money. But then, as Vito mentioned, like you have to find partners to work with, not.
Yeah, if you want to get started, be flexible. Yeah.
You won't get their hearts, though. You won't get their hearts if you just do that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, 100%.
Wise words. And with those, it's time to sign off today. Thank you all once again so much for coming on. I do want to go ahead and plug the forum announcement post, which is the place where we announce our live streams every week, sometimes several weeks prior. If you want to continue the discussion around behind the scenes of Mortal Shell, we're going to go ahead and plug that in chat. That is the place to go. And these guys are hiring. And I will also make sure I send you guys all the questions that we were not able to tackle today, in case there were any of them that you would like to provide answers to. That will also be done in the forum announcement post. With that said, I hope you all are staying safe out there. Take care of each other, and we will see you again at the same time next week. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.